Come up. Get off there. Come on. There you go. Come up here. He's on the printer. The problem is his oils inhibit stiction on the print surface. So I don't want him there. Really? Get out of there. Maker Viking! You are the first critter. Astro printer. Huh, actually, this printer doesn't look too far off from your little avatar icon. It's an itty bitty blue printer. Well, hello, kitty. How are you doing? Come here. Ender. Hello, Colin. Hi. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna get you. You better run. I'm gonna skin you alive, cat. Ender, Michelle. 3D RCNC. Yeah, that's what it is. Got it from Vince. Must have some dry scalp because I got itches. How was it? Are we going to have a good day or a bad day? Ceiling fan and popcorn ceiling. Yeah, I know. That's why I was interested in it. It was so tiny. Kind of silly, but, you know, it's cool. I like tiny. Ah. Oh, that'll be fun. Especially being in a little enclosure. Hello, Pygar. We're just going to pretend it's Michelle's fault. Yeah, she woke up a little late. Yeah, it looks like a bit of a toy grade printer, but it'll be fun. How about some voodoo? It's Mountain Dew Voodoo mystery flavor. It's actually pretty good. Someone sent me a box. They were having trouble printing, well, in a timely manner. They were getting a 12-hour print time. So I rejiggered the design and converted it to vase mode compatibility and added some reinforcement ribs, and I got it down to 3 hours with a 0.4 millimeter nozzle, or about 1 3/4 hours with a 0.6 millimeter nozzle that he has. So I'm like, yeah, and it's pretty cool. So just leaving off the bottom layers saved 2 hours. I can't believe it. Just leaving off the bottom layers. Mostly because that first layer is pretty slow in order to make sure it sticks. So if you got good bed adhesion that you can go faster with. Wow. That's not cool. Well, thankfully I didn't get this from them, so they have no leverage. But so of course you could save a lot of time if you could speed up your first layer. But going slow, on the Genius Pro here, 2 hours saved just by getting rid of the bottom layers. And then a couple little tweaks to make sure I got a full diaphragm when it transitioned from the bottom to the middle. And then of course vase mode at 150% in order to print this portion. And you can see I got my little ribs in there. Those are all built into the vase mode design. And then of course I was able to print this in about 30 minutes by, again, getting rid of the top and bottom layers and by getting rid of the little handle he put in there. So I just healed it into one solid piece, and that makes that print super fast, and then slide right in. So it's nice. I got all my thumb drives in here. Colin, pretty good. About the dice box, still pending. It's going through the T-tab process. Good. Good for you. Give him a good growl and a snarl and say, that's not how this works. Did you get it from Vince, or did they send it to you directly? So I also got a Voxel Aqua Labs. I got one of their printers too. That looks pretty nice. Looks like a Flash Forge Adventurer 3 kind of thing. I'm guessing this has no heat bed or anything like that. Too small, too cheap to have all that. Hello, Rick Standen. Are you printing anything for yourself? Yeah, the box. I've already printed 3 of them. I like them. It's actually pretty nice. What's nice is how fast it prints. And I'm actually thinking about. What's that? Thinking about dedicating a printer to a 0.6 millimeter nozzle because it really does make that big a difference. In theory, the biggest speed improvement would be if I could print at 0.3 millimeter layer height, which should be well within the capability of a 0.6 millimeter nozzle, possibly even 0.4 millimeter layer height. But that'd be really pushing it. But it's cool. I like that. It's just nice. Ah, very nice. Well, you know something? Here's the thing. It's Amazon's site, so they don't really care if it came from you or your agent. They're still blaming you. Although, interestingly enough, you notice Tack Life has their own site now because they got booted off Amazon for doing that kind of stuff. So they have their own website now, tacklifetools.com. It's kind of about time. They're big enough that they should have had their own website. 2.8 millimeter filament won't make that much of a difference. It's nozzle size that makes the difference. Because a fatter nozzle allows you to use fewer walls and extrude a fatter layer without having as many issues. So, for example, with a 0.6 millimeter nozzle, I can get away with 2 walls maybe instead of 3. And because 3 walls at 0.4 is 1.2 millimeters, and 2 walls at 0.6 is 1.2 millimeters. So you might be able to get away with 2 walls, although that won't make that much of a difference. I'd probably still stick with 3 walls, just for the stiffness. Because only this little tiny section here and this little tiny section here actually has any walls. From here to here is all vase mode. So there, number of walls doesn't matter. I'd probably still do like a maybe a 1.25 over extrusion just to make those nice and stiff. But I'm pleased. I like the way it came out. Shh. You can't say that out loud. Yes, I don't know why it's not more common, but I freaking love my 1.2 millimeter nozzles. It's my favorite nozzle size. Not 1 millimeter, not 1.5, that doesn't work too well, but 1.2, because it's still within the thermal limits of a regular hot end, and it is exactly 3-to-1 to a 0.4 millimeter nozzle. I love it. That's what I run on my Chiron. That's what I run on pretty much all my big printers. I'm probably actually going to convert one of the i3 size printers to a 1.2 as well, because the 1.2 millimeter nozzle is great for ABS rocket parts. Correct. I can get in trouble, so. Hello, Ben. Hey, dude, that speaker looks pretty cool. I saw you posting pictures on Twitter for the that green and Sparkle Galaxy whatever filament speaker you're working on. I think it's pretty nice. How are the acoustics? I've tried making my own headphones, and the acoustics, if you don't get them right, they just sound like garbage. I'm finding out the hard way that there is something to the size and shape of the chamber that the driver fits in that has a huge impact on the size. Wow. That's like 30 bucks. That's a lot of money. I have a bunch of the red metal ones from Creality. When they first released them, they were like $1 a set, so I bought like a dozen. Somewhere here. Actually, probably outside. Yeah. I don't know how to fix that. It's but I know a lot of it has to do with the Um, a lot of it has to do with the shape and whatnot of the container. Strap the trash can down. 2 little sticky loops on the wall with a bungee cord. Hello, Alden. We had to strap a few cabinets here because the cats insist on going inside the cabinets. And the problem is, the things that are in those cabinets, they like ripping to shreds. So we had to seal those cabinets shut. One simple way, well, for cabinets this works. Two hooks, 2 of those command tab hooks, and then a short little bungee cord across them, so you can't open the cabinet. But for the trash can, just attach it to the wall. You know, affix it to the wall in some way. Depending on how big it is, you might be able to print out a foot for it. You know, you ever see one of those the feet for the farm jacks for off-road so it doesn't sink in the dirt so much? Oh yeah, toilet paper. We have to hide all the toilet paper. And you know, guest comes over, I gotta tell them, oh yeah, top cabinet in the bathroom is the toilet paper. There's no toilet paper on the wall. And they look at me weird. I was like, the cat shredded. So that answers the toilet paper debate. Over or under? Well, unless you're a heathen, it's over. Unless you have a cat. If you have a cat, then it's under. So that when the cat tries to unroll it, it's just rolling itself up. Unless, of course, your cat's a shredder. If your cat's a shredder, it doesn't matter. Oh, yeah, bungee would work for toddlers, too. Absolutely. That's the easiest solution, is to just use a bungee cord. So have 2 eye holes, you know, 2 hooks in the wall, and then just bungee cord around the can from hook to hook. If you want something a little more elegant but a little more work, well, actually, you could also you could try 3D printing a little grabby thing like this that hinges, and you screw that into the wall, and then your trash can sits here, and then this comes down and grabs the trash can, so you can't tip it. Then all you have to do is lift it up and pull the trash can away. Exactly. You got it. Doing all right. Just overslept a little. Actually, I do have 2 bidet seats. Thank you, Vince. I haven't installed them yet because there's plumbing that has to be done. And but I have a bidet for my bathroom and Michelle's bathroom. So hopefully I'll be getting those installed soon. The other issue is I have to use a water heater with the bidet seat. While during the summer months, it's no big deal. Just use whatever water comes out of the faucet. Well, no, the internet wasn't gone. My router and my modem died. And I think it was a murder-suicide. I'm pretty sure the the router died, and I think it sent a spike through the Ethernet port and took out the Ethernet ports on the modem, because the modem still turned on and connected to Comcast, but the Ethernet ports were shot. So when I connected the new router, it said no Ethernet connection. So I had to order a new modem. And you know, it's amazing. It's driving me crazy. I got this ultra fancy Netgear Nighthawk mesh network router. These are the satellites that I haven't installed yet because I'm not going to install these satellites until I get the router working correctly. It comes with 2 of these satellites. So, and I got 2 60-foot Ethernet cords. I can run one to one end of the house and one to the other end of the house and have a mesh network for the whole house. The issue was both the modem and the router were dead. Yeah. Well, I think this came out before then, but it's like $400, $350, $400 for this thing, and so far I am not thrilled. So, okay, here's the primary issue. I have a lot of IoT devices. Router, yes, that's where I got this. I'm not paying $350 for a router. Oh, nice. Oh my God. No, ground is good, and it's on a UPS, so it shouldn't be that. But anyway, the router took a shit. It took the motor with it, destroyed the modem at the same time, and so I put the new router in. Didn't work. Said no Ethernet connection, so I had to order a new modem. Thanks to you guys, I was actually able to pay for that without using credit card, without leaving anything on a credit card. So I really, really appreciate that. Good thing I was able to find one at the Walmart in Albuquerque, because the one from Amazon still hasn't arrived. We'd be on a phone right now if it wasn't for Walmart. But that's good stuff, whatever it is. Talk about funny. I got these little tungsten weights. LGAC? No, I haven't heard anything from LGAC. Who's that? These are little tungsten weights used for Pinewood Derby cars. Eligu? No, they haven't contacted me. And they're really weird because you put them in your hand, and TP-Link, that's what I had. It was actually pretty nice. TP-Link AC 1750. It was pretty nice until it just died. I got them for rockets because they're really dense. They're tungsten. But what's cool about them is that you hold them in your hand. The SB 8200, the Aris 8200. It's the only one that they approved as confirmed works. Although now I see there's others that would work. You hold it in your hand, and your brain knows the weight is wrong. It feels weird. Like your brain knows that's heavier than it should be. So it's got a really weird feeling. It's really cool. I like it. I want to get a bigger one now. Come on, Vince. Give me a big tungsten block. I don't know why. I just want one. So I need a dual band wireless network. I need a 5 gigahertz and a 2.4 gigahertz dual band network. Hey, David. And the problem is, okay, well, the router has auto sensing. So if a 2.4 gigahertz device connects, it will give the device 2.4 gigahertz. So for example, I was able to get my water heater back online by connecting the device to the 5 gigahertz network. The router auto sensed that it wanted 2.4 gigahertz, and it gave it 2.4 gigahertz. Oh, I got some. I got like 5 or 6 of them. I have quite a few of those big giant magnets. Oh yeah. And I got more stuff for the boat too. I got speakers for the Bluetooth waterproof stereo I got. I also got some more fishing rod holders. I got the rear white navigation light, one that folds down, which is nice. I'm still looking for the front green and red navigation light. And I also got the winch for the trailer. So it's the nylon strap one, not a chain, which is nice. So I got the little winch, to pull the boat back on the trailer. I also got LED taillights for the trailer. So, and also one of the titles came in. I'm waiting for the second title to come in, so I can go down and get both at once. And I'm keeping an eye out. I'm gonna try. Oh, I also got 3 of the 4, so I'm gonna have to buy the 4th because I want them to match. I got 3 of the 4 fold down, what do you call them? The thingies that you tie ropes to. Cleats. I got 3 stainless steel fold down cleats for the boat, so I got those. So I'm going to try to do up this whole entire boat all from Vince without spending a penny. It'd be a fun project. That's what annoys me. I saw seats on there one time and I didn't get them because I didn't have a boat. Because that's the kind of thing where it might not work depending on what kind of boat you get. And I wish I'd have grabbed them. So I got to keep an eye out for seats. And, I had 2 risers, seat risers to lift the seats higher. Basically, it's 2 metal plates with a pole. I don't know if I brought them from Pennsylvania. That's the kind of thing I might have left behind, even though I paid for them, simply because I wouldn't expect to own a boat out in the desert. So why take up the space on the bus? I hope I brought them, because you know they're like $40 each. So hopefully I brought them. I hope. But there's a lake between Albuquerque and Santa Fe that you can put a boat on. Like that has a boat launch. Because I know Santa Rosa has a boat launch when the water level is high enough. And also 2 hours south of me, there's a place. Oh yeah, that is a pretty big lake. Well, it's not huge, but if it's got a boat launch, that's all that matters. That certainly looks like a boat launch to me. Sweet. I wonder, how far is this? $50 miles. Okay. That's not bad. I mean, that's really not bad. Oh, really? Which one did you get? Yeah, Cochita Lake definitely has a launch. And I gotta find out if they have power. I moved to New Mexico on September. I arrived here September 2019. We left in August and got here. Well, we got here in August, but we couldn't move into the house until September. Damn, that's straight up 22 as well. That's not that far. If I could find a place to charge there, I could use the electric car. Ooh, nice. Cochita. Cochiti. I kept saying tub, but there's an I at the end. Nice. Cochiti. I love it here. It's absolutely gorgeous. And we got hummingbirds. So I got a whole bunch of pictures of hummingbirds. Can I have your pink sweatshirt? It's a regular t-shirt. Just a long sleeve t-shirt. So this has an interesting story. First of all, I like pink. Any bright color. Give me, neon pink, neon green, neon blue, neon orange. I'm all over it. So anyway, I walked into a Walmart, because that's where I get my neon shirts. Every other year they have neon shirts. I don't know if they still do that, but in the past, one year it'd be pastels, and then one year it'd be neons, pastel neon, pastel neon. So I'd stock up on the neon shirts when they have them. And So I walked into a Walmart and I checked this. It was the end of the season. um, the I checked the shirts to see if they had any left because most of them were out. They did. So I grabbed one of each color. Is it a? It's a liberal hellhole. Oh man. But well, it's a city. That's why. Most cities tend to be democratic just because of the nature of city life. But I grabbed the 4 shirts and one of them rang up for $1. I was like, whoa, 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 which one was that? And she tried the pink one again because that was the last one she rung up, and it rang up for $1. I was like, hold. And I walked back. Santa Fe is beautiful, but it's not nearly as much of a city as people think it is. It's very sparse. Yeah, it is. It is very different for a city. I do want to go back to Santa Fe though. There's a couple of restaurants on that Canal Street or whatever it is. There's this one little tiny road in there that has some cool looking restaurants that I want to check out. When I was doing the census, I saw a few of them when I was there. So I went back and I grabbed every single pink one they had. It was like 14 of them. I was like, how often do you find neon pink 4X shirts for $1? I took every single one of them. I guess they wanted to make sure they went away. But for $1, hell yeah, I grabbed them. So Cochita Lake is only 50 miles away. So if I could find a place to charge, I could take the electric car with the boat there. That would be cool. That would be very, very cool. Yeah. I am very tall, and I'm also somewhat built, so I don't look as big as I really am until you see me in person. But I'm very big. And that's not in a good way. Why can't I zoom? There it goes. And he said there is a lake down south. Truth or Consequences has a lake. So once again, the question is, do they have a boat launch? And is the lake open? It'll be a while before I can do anything with it. Oh, they got a little dam. And that does look like a boat launch. They do have a boat launch. Is that what this is? Isleta? This says Rio Grande. Elephant Butt Reservoir. I don't see anything closer. Oh, wow. That's 178 miles. That didn't look that far. But yeah, now that I'm looking at the map, holy shit. That's really far away. Oh, wow. So there's a little tiny lake right here, but that doesn't look like it has anything. No. Oh, wait a minute. There's a road going to it. Oh, it's empty. Wow, it's dry. Oh my God. Yeah, the Gemmas River is dry. It's marked as a water body on the map, but yeah, there's no water there. I don't see a body of water any closer than that one. And even that one barely shows up. Wow. Yeah, Santa Rosa is the one out here. But I think they don't currently allow boats. It has to be a certain level. And things are drying up out here. Oh, there's a town called Logan out near Tucumcari. Nice. There's a couple of bodies out by Las Vegas. Isleta Lake. Hang on. Let's go out of here. Well, Isleta Lake Road. Well, I don't see a lake. Well, boats are money pits if you have a big boat with an inboard engine. If you have a little tiny boat with an outboard, or like what I'm doing, an electric outboard, there's not really that much money into it. Once you have, everything. Obviously the batteries are going to be $2,000. I don't see an Isleta Lake. At least nothing's showing up on here. I mean, the Rio Grande is showing up, but there's nothing there. Like, how do I find it? When I put in Isleta Lake, Isleta Lakes Road comes up. I mean, you're not talking about this, are you? Because you're not putting anything in there. Busy has a two-headed hammer. Oh my God! Did you see the press channel when he compressed that hammer? And it actually compressed a little bit, and it freaking it took 110,000 kilograms. That's like 150,000 pounds or 120,000 pounds. Holy shit! I was like, damn. Well, I don't think it's this lake because there's no boat launch. Probably because it's too small to launch a boat. Yeah, I was watching one of his dangerous compilations of things that he's squished with the press. I love watching him. This looks dangerous. We must deal with it. He's so funny. I love him. So I need two networks. I need a 5 gigahertz network and I need a 2.4 gigahertz network because my IoT devices. Sure, ask away. We're gonna do the little itty bitty printer I got off of Vince. Itty bitty printer. I have about 30 IoT devices in the house, and I need to have 2.4 gigahertz for those devices, and I'd prefer a separate 2.4 gigahertz so I can, because if I name it the same as my original 2.4, those 30 devices will all reconnect to the network. Well, the problem is, every time I enable the second network, the whole entire Wi-Fi dies. And nothing can connect to the Wi-Fi except this particular Windows 7 laptop. My Windows 10 machines won't touch it. It won't connect to it. They try to, but then they fail. And all my Android devices fail. They all say IP configuration failed. So something on the router goes when I try to enable 2.4 gigahertz, or if I try to enable the guest network. And it just pukes its guts all over the place. So I can't enable my IoT devices yet. And which is really, really annoying because all my power switches and everything are all IoT. Well, not switches. I have remote switches that also record power usage, so that I can tell how much power the different devices I have use. Yeah, tidy. A little AB 888 prayer. So it's gonna be fun to play with that. Apparently, it can connect to your phone. It says Android. And it's even got a little tiny screen. A lot of these little printers don't have a screen, so limited what you can do. Nice. What is that noise? Oh. Yes, that is normal. In your hot end is lined. Okay, that's how you get down to your final size. Now you have PTFE lined, which is like all these printers. They all have a PTFE tube going all the way to the nozzle. And then you have an all metal hot end, which would not be a PTFE tube in that last bit of the hot end. But yes, that's normal. Every Creality printer out there, the Genius, all these printers I have, they're all PTFE lined. So the PTFE tube goes all the way to the nozzle. That's why you have that compression fitting on the top. That compression fitting keeps that PTFE tube squished against the nozzle, because if you form a gap between the PTFE and the nozzle, you're going to have a bad day, which is probably what happened to you. I have a whole entire video on specific to Creality, but in general for all. The part that screws into the heater block is also PTFE, threads and all. Oh, that I've never seen. So the whole thing's made of Teflon? That's freaky. Well, they're hungry, and you were starving them. 3D printing at Nerys.com. Nancy Echo Romeo Yankee Sam.com. Now I did just get a firmware update. I sent them I'm not going to just post a 1-star review and say this thing sucks. I sent them an email, and they have a support channel. Actually, here's a letter. They have a support channel specifically for us, and you know what I'm talking about. So I sent them an email. Haven't got a reply yet, but they did post a firmware update. But I decided I'm not going to... I updated the firmware, but I have not tried to enable 2.4 gigahertz. I'm not going to until after the stream today. This way, if it kills my internet again, I have time to fix it without having to worry about streaming. But hopefully I get that working, because having a mesh network would be pretty nice. I wish it had more Ethernet ports, though. It only has 3 Ethernet ports on the back, and 2 of them have to be used for the mesh satellites. And I would really like to have 4, because I want to put 2. I would love to get 2 more mesh satellites if it's able to connect to them, so that I could put 1 outside under the carport and put 1 on the put it in a weatherproof box on the other side of my containers, or on top of the containers, so that my entire property can have mesh Wi-Fi. And with 1 on top of the containers, or on the side of the containers, that should allow... Well, I'm trying to avoid a hub, especially since the satellites have to connect directly to the router. But love the... What'd they misspell? Safety looks weird. Is that misspelled? I'm not entirely sure. I can't remember how to spell safety. The way this one works, you have to connect. Although it has 2 ports. So you might be able to daisy chain them. But the way this one works is you have to connect the satellite to the hub, to the main unit. So this is not the main unit. This is one of the satellites. You can see you got power, and then you have your 2 Ethernets. So in theory, I could run a satellite off of this. I'm not sure. Well, you could always change the hot end to something more standard if you can make it fit. But where would you source parts from? Like, can the company send you parts? That's the kind of thing where you kind of want to keep one on hand if it's going to be an important machine. Oh, I forgot to check my email, so I have a whole bunch of crap here. And I'm getting rid of my junk mail here. You're using this system here? You're using the Nighthawk? Because I haven't found anybody who has it yet. Oh yeah, it's finally showing deliveries, Michelle. A whole bunch of them. So we'll run to the post office when we're done.
You're done.
When we're done.
Oh,
because you're going with me. What did he answer my questions? Micro USB. And he didn't answer the question on size. Buddy, need the size, buddy. Need the size. There's on Vince, there's a this is a little itty bitty 3D printer. The it's a really cool mug. So it's a coffee mug, and it has a warming plate to keep it warm. It can keep it at 130 degrees all day long. And then it's also a Qi charger. So if you take the mug off and you put your phone on it, it'll charge your phone. So it's basically using Qi wireless charging technology to heat a heating plate inside the mug. Really cool idea. But there's 2 things that are not in the listing that are absolutely critical, especially because it's $30 or $40. One, how big is the damn mug? Because if we're talking an 8-ounce mug, it's worthless. If you need a warmer to keep 8 ounces of anything warm, you got other issues. But then the second problem is, does it use micro USB or USB-C? Because I want USB-C on something like that. And that's not listed in the listing either. So I sent the question saying, hey, what does this have? This is Mountain Dew Voodoo, the mystery flavor. Not diet, so you gotta be careful with that. But it's delicious. I don't know what it tastes like, but it tastes good. Well, all wireless chargers are going to heat up your phone. It's the nature of wireless charging. There's a lot of excess heat. Hey, the feeder looks pretty decent. I was expecting a garbage feeder. That actually doesn't look too bad. so tiny. Oh my God, that is so small. That is adorable. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. There's a screw loose. That's a loose screw on the bottom there. That's not a good start. But I gotta say, that feeder is actually not bad. It's a normal feeder. I was expecting one of those integrated direct drive crap feeders that don't work very well. Oh, interesting. Oh, I love that. I love how tiny it is. It's one of the reasons I wanted it. Come on. Give me a roll. Not the stupid freaking... Although at least they give you two. That's kind of cool that you get two. Let's pull all the stuff out. Oh, it uses a special nozzle. It does not use a regular nozzle. It is well packed. But I got to figure out where that screw came from. Ooh, have fun trying to read that manual. What do we got in here? That's going to be the power brick. Oh, I bet it will. So it is 12 volt, 5 amps. Almost. It is adorable. And I do like adorable printers. Oh, nice. I still got to contact Creality and see if I can get a good deal on a whole bunch of 200-gram rolls. Like, I want to buy like 30 of them. But I want to get them cheap. Because I'm cheap. Because the 200-gram rolls are handy when I'm at a rocket field. Where you just don't want a giant roll of filament. Oh, interesting. It comes with a USB-C and micro adapter to USB. What kind of USB connection does this have? It doesn't. It doesn't even have a USB connection. So why does it come with a USB cable? Oh, probably for reading the files. Is it loud? I've never seen one made out of PTFE. I'm still waiting for your email. Let me double check the spam folder. Oh, yeah, you're in spam folder, so I have to tell it that you are not spam. Wow. That's actually amazing. Oh, and it got shredded too. Damn. I've never seen anything like that. Maybe get one machined out of brass. Huh. Um, Brass might not be the best idea. Titanium? Or stainless steel. Stainless steel would be a cheap option, but you want something that's low heat conduction because you don't want this to get that hot. So you want this to be a low thermal conduction item, and you want the surrounding metal to be high conduction to draw the heat away from it. That's interesting. There must be a technical reason they used it. How did it get shredded? What happened with that? Okay, so we have a little SD card reader. I'm guessing this is so that we can plug it into a phone? But what app does it use? I'm not a fan of the special nozzle. It uses one of those very non-standard nozzles. Little wrench, little tiny spool holder. So that's going to go on there. Oh, isn't that cute? What a cute little spool holder. That screw is driving me crazy because I don't know where that screw came from. Oh, I see. You have your Z offset there. That's not too bad. That's not that bad. Oh my god, that is such an adorable little bed. But where did that screw come from? I don't see a missing screw anywhere. I definitely need to remove this one, since that's actually restricting the carriage. Jesus Christ, come on. Oh, okay, so it's not actually Android. That's lame. Looks like parts. It has actual parts cooling. It's actually kind of cool. So let me get you guys in here. I guess the easiest way would be to tip it like this. That's not going to work. So put something behind it. Then bring this in here. And then this has a light. So here's the inside. So as you can see in here, it actually has a proper parts cooling fan. And there's a duct on the bottom. I'm guessing this fan does double duty as both hot end cooling and the OTG is both. So it's one of those cables that's USB-C, but it's actually micro USB. It's micro USB, but it comes with a little cap to make it USB-C. Yes, it has end stops. So you can see right here is your X end stop right there. And then right here is your Y end stop right there. And then back here, right back there is your Z. You can actually see the clip right there is your Z end stop. And there is your end stop adjustment right there. Only prints to the first clog. Now that is the only issue, is taking this apart actually might not be that difficult. Wait a minute. Does nothing attach to the back except the feeder? Looks like it's using a full-size stepper motor. Oh my. Now that is interesting. Okay. That's not gonna work. Yeah, I put some more in the cooler, figuring you want some. Nope, that's too small. Screwdriver. Yeah, that's too small. I need something a little fatter. There it is. That'll work, I think. Yep, perfect. Yeah, 115 bucks. Yeah, I would not pay 250 CAD for this. That's a lot. I may have found a way to improve this printer and actually make it even smaller. Because it looks like the only thing attached to this case appears to be the stepper motor. For this here. This looks like the only thing attached to it. Of course we're going to take it apart. Hey, it's got an SD card slot. It's got an OLED screen. It's got a proper feeder unit on the back. It's using proper stepper motors on the back. I mean, quality control aside, this might have potential for some interesting fun. Yes, this does. Oh, this is going to be cool. This can be removed. And then if I print just a back portion for the spool motor, we could use this without the top, which would make it even smaller. No, it's 115 bucks. That's not 200 bucks. It's 115. This is not that expensive. So basically, what I would do is I'm going to ask them for the 3D model, if they have the 3D model for this case. Because what I want to do is I want to print this, and then I want to have, you can see it in this view here. What I want to do is have only the back plate, and then have this part here come up to about here, and then come down and around like this. So all this would be gone. And this would make it a significantly smaller printer. Because the only thing attached to this case is the feeder unit in the back. So if you detach the feeder unit, you can make this a whole lot smaller. And this uses normal stepper motors. So you can see, there's the stepper motor. Oh, there it is. There's a stepper motor for the back. It's a little pancake motor. See the little pancake stepper motor? And then there's the stepper motor in there. Actually, a normal size one right here. There's a stepper motor for the feeder. And then I'm assuming the base, there's another stepper motor, obviously, for driving the bottom. For an 80 by 80 by 80 build volume, I think you'll be just fine. For an 80 millimeter build volume, I think it'll be okay. This is adorable, though. Now, I actually really hope this works. I like this. I'm a sucker for... I still want to know where the hell that screw came from. So I still need to take this apart enough to try to find out where the hell that... I don't see a missing screw hole anywhere. So I have no idea where that screw came from, but it obviously came from somewhere. All right, we're going to put it back together for now, but I'm definitely... If this thing has any kind of print quality whatsoever, No, this is much better than the Easy 3. This is much better build quality than the Easy 3. And I like the Easy 3. Oh, it's steel? Nice. It's not magnetic, but I see it's held in by clips, which is okay. Looks like it slides out. It's 12 volts, so I could run this directly off of a battery. And the solar powering this would be a breeze. By the way, include a screwdriver. It costs you nothing, and that's perfect size for this. You would have to change out the carriage to put a heated bed in it. Oh, cool. So to keep it from flexing too much. Nice. Yep, I still have the bus. Okay. Let's take this steel plate out. How do you get it out?
Listen, I get that real quick.
How do you get it out?
What the heck? Is that a new printer?
Yeah.
Can I get a can?
Yeah.
Thank you.
You'd need a really tiny cat to use this as a litter box. I mean, my cat's head wouldn't fit in here. Yeah, that's the problem. It doesn't want to slide.
Nosy might.
I guess the problem is I got big fingers. Maybe if I hold it, this one. There it goes. Yeah, that definitely needs a tab. Yeah, good luck removing that with parts on it. There you go. Looks like there's a little steel plate. There's a coating on here? There's a sticky thing, or is it just plain steel? It needs a better way to remove the bill plate. That's a bit of a pain. External dimensions. Width, you're looking at 65 millimeters? No. That's impossible. 165 millimeters. Length, including the knobs and the feeder unit, 225 millimeters. So 225 by 165, including the knobs. And the minimum height with the Bowden tube, 325 millimeters. Yes, he does. Including the spool holder, it is 310 millimeters, including the spool holder. Yeah, there's no air filter system. Air filter system? What? There's no filter anything in here. Now, what it does need, and I cannot believe they did not think of this, is it needs a little tiny LED strip inside here. I mean, come on, it's an enclosed printer. Stick a little nickel LED strip in there. Hell, make it RGB. I mean, hello, opportunity there. That should absolutely have an RGB strip inside there. It is inexcusable not to have an RGB strip inside there. Where is all this going? That goes to that. Good. I can unplug that. That's not totally untrue. A lot of the particles aren't going to escape this enclosure, so they're not exactly lying, but I wouldn't exactly call that truthful either. I mean, that's definitely a stretch of reality a little bit there. I didn't buy it. I got it from Vince, so it was free. I mean, if I had money lying around, I probably would have bought it just because I'm a sucker for cute printers. 0.88 millimeter air filter system? What? Maybe that's the thickness of the plastic? But it looks thicker than a millimeter. So I don't know what the hell they're talking about. Oh, that screen is so cute. Look at that adorable screen. Oh my god, that's so cute. Not that loud. At least the fan's not that loud. There's a fan in the bottom, and then there's a fan up top here. It needs a light. It really needs a little light inside. Actually, it needs a light going up and down the sides here. So they need to put an LED strip right alongside here on the inside. Oh my god, I freaking love Access Home, Free Motor, Temperature, Extrude, Z-Axis, and Language. Info. 80 by 80 by 80, version 1.05. That little screen is so adorable. And that's something that's missing on a lot of these little printers. Just that little screen would make a big difference. It might be. I actually left Pennsylvania, I think August 15th, I think. Yeah, August 15th is when I left Pennsylvania. I'm hoping they can send me a model of this. Because I could redesign this as an open printer and it'd be even more compact. I don't like the special nozzle. I'm guessing that it's a special nozzle. I'm guessing the PTFE tube actually goes inside there. I'm guessing the PTFE tube goes inside that nozzle. Well, hey, trust me, that screen is a godsend when you compare it to printers like this that have no screen. You have to name the file a special name, or you have to make sure there's only one file on the SD card. So having a screen is freaking awesome. Let's do green. I'm not into the little stupid sample spools. Come on, guys. Include actual little spools. Especially if you sell them. Yeah, it's a high contrast, easy to read screen. It's an OLED, which is very awesome. Seriously? I'm just cutting it the hell off. Seriously, come on. Just go where you're supposed to go. Don't be a nudge. No, a little 200-gram spool. A little itty bitty 200-gram spool. There it goes. All right, let's put this on the PC and see what these are. Because I don't know what's on this. Oh my god, it's got a ton on here. Holy crap. I wish there was a way to use thumbnails for G-code. That's okay. That's the whole point. It's half the fun. Let's bring this over here so I can just start dropping G-code on here. Oh, it's a little dinosaur. Will that actually print without support? No. You have an island right there in the middle of his belly that's going to fail, but it might survive. And then we have a little box, which I don't want to print. Oh, it's a little giraffe kind of thing. That's kind of cool. So we're going to rename this Giraffe. I don't know how to spell giraffe, but I'm going to guess Giraffe. Oh, it's a little tiny cell phone. Old phone. And this is a dinosaur. What was this one? That is literally just a box. I'm renaming all these. Now I'll upload them to my folder so you guys can have them. This really is adorable. If it works. If it works. If it doesn't work, then we'll punt it. This is available. The link is in the description. It's 115 bucks. That's a teddy bear. That's actually kind of cute. I have no idea how to pronounce this. Daihudi Zhujiang? That's how you say teddy bear? That looks like a wrench. But it looks like a chess piece. Like a pawn or something. I'm going to leave that one unnamed because I don't know what it is. Oh, cool. A two-piece whistle. That's a one-piece whistle. You could have printed that as one piece. That would have worked. This printer can do that. That looks like a pagoda. That's actually kind of cool. Pagoda. Let me show you guys. That's actually kind of cool looking. And that, for some reason, oh, it's because it's got a, oh, it's an ink stamper. That's why it's shaped like that. So, Paul Inker. Lantern. Mayuding. Mayudeng. Mayudeng. Lantern. That looks like a, what do you call a birdie? Looks like a birdie. Birdie. If I remember right, they're called birdies. Oh, where is my chat? There's a link in the description. Oh, okay. Shuttlecock, yeah. That's probably a better one to use. Shuttle. At least it looks like a shuttlecock to me. It's not printed correctly. They didn't slice it right because they made it with a solid bottom, and it shouldn't have a solid bottom. It should be open. So that should be all hollow in there. But yeah, that looks like a shuttlecock. That is a triangle. Oh, it's a cute little shark. Oh, I want to print that. Oh my, that's adorable. Or killer whale might be better. Well, let's find out. Let's do a Google search for Shayu. That's also a musical artist. How about translate? Yeah, a badminton shuttlecock or a badminton birdie. Yeah, we're definitely going to have to add Marvin to this. Oh, shark. So it is shark. So Shayu is shark. Aww. I can actually get one of these from Vince that lights up. It's a little glowy animal thingy. That's a little reindeer. A little deer. I guess you call it a fawn. Yeah, badminton's fun. I'm going to call this contemplation. Yeah, that one I'm going to call contemplation. And this one's a cherub. So that's a little little angel, little cherub. Man in the shitter. Grunting. But it looks too peaceful, though. And this is a little elephant. Little elephant. Yes, I did. That looks to me now. Technically, nothing there violates their bullshit trademark, but that definitely looks like a shot across their bow. Like Wormwood's not too happy with Elderwood there. Next one, I actually like that they include so many files. I don't know what you would call this. This probably has a name. It's not a Pusheen. But it kind of looks like a Teletubby. Is there a name for these things? Like I have no idea what the name of these things would be. I know there's probably a word for it. So I guess for now I'm just going to call it Critter. Oh, wait a minute. I can do a search, translate for the name. Chibi? Hang on. It is a Wai Zhao Zhao Hai. Let's see what happens when I do a translate of that. It actually can't find it. When I do translate, nothing comes up. It says, it looks like there aren't many great matches for your search. Oh, okay. It's actually 3 words, Wai Zhao Zhao Hai. And it's small children. So they literally made it a literal translation. Small child. Okay. I think this is the one we did next. This one's a star. I'm actually impressed that they went through the effort to put so many pre-sliced files on here. That's actually really cool. Considering the market for this printer, that's actually really cool. I'm going to call this one Award. So I'm just going to call that Award. Oh, that's cute. We're going to print that. Little cactus. It's a little cactus. Uh, Sailboat. And that's a chicken. That's a kitty. There's a little kitty cat. That looks like a kitty cat too. Interesting. One of them is called Xiao Mao, and one of them is called Xiao Kui Mao. Looks like it's supposed to be 2 words. Petty cat? For some reason, it's called Petty Cat. Why, Xiao Mao is kitten. I'm thinking maybe it's supposed to be Pretty Cat? That is a cylinder. All right, the fans need to be updated. They are a little noisy. That's a cone. Okay, that's 2 stars and a moon. Let's find out what this means. It's probably multiple words. Eat the moon and stars. Oh my god. Actually, that's half. Yeah. So if we get rid of this, it's probably the moon and stars. It probably literally means moon and stars. And that is a cube. What the hell is that? It looks like a water droplet critter. Petite. That does sound like it'd be more right. Zhangzi. It's a rice dish. Oh, I could see why they would call it that. It does kind of look like that. I'm going to call it rice dish. All right. Is there a second column? Nope, that's it. So they actually give you 30 pre-sliced objects, and they're actually kind of cool. So now the big question here is, can I extract the profile from this? Default 2. Okay, well, that's wrong. This doesn't have a 0.6 millimeter nozzle. Or does it? Actually, that's pretty big. This might have a 0.6 millimeter nozzle. That does actually look like a pretty big nozzle opening. That might actually be a 0.6. Huh. That actually makes this printer a little bit more interesting to me if it's a 0.6. Because that means it should be able to print things relatively fast. Ooh, where's my chat? Oh, I'm definitely going to slice a Marvin. Yeah, it's a 0.6 millimeter nozzle. Hell yes. That's cool. We're going to make some changes, though, because we do not do that. Okay, 5 millimeters of retraction. I'm going to enable a 5 millimeter wipe. Save as. And what is this called? Lioness? Okay. Yeah, 0.4 millimeter layers. That's awesome. 4 top, I'm okay with that. 2 shells, I'm okay with that with a 0.6 millimeter nozzle. That actually makes sense. I keep telling these manufacturers, these little printers need to use a 0.6 millimeter nozzle because that means you can use a 0.4 millimeter layer height, which means your bed leveling doesn't have to be as critical. Because if you're printing a 0.4 millimeter layer, you could be off by 0.2 and your first layer is still going to print. One of the advantages of a fat nozzle is bed leveling is easy. Let's optimize for fastest. 40% is okay with the speed they're using. We're going to do 5 millimeters from the model, and we're going to do 1 skirt outline. Let's see, interior fill percentage. Oh, I don't like 8%. I want to go 10%. 20% overlap is fine. I want grid, not rectilinear. Let's see. Temperature 195. We're going to go 200. We're going to go layer 3, 100% cooling. 80 by 80 by 80. Do they have anything in here? Not a whole lot. The default printing speed is 55 millimeters per second. It should be able to handle that. Let's go down to 50, though. 65% outline underspeed. I'm okay with that. We're going to do this. We are going to allow single extrusion. 50%. Allow single extrusion fill. Avoid crossing outline. These are just my personal changes that I like to make. All right, I'm okay with that profile. Come here, Marvin. Where's my Marvin? Because obviously we're going to add a Marvin to this. Let's see, downloads. Marvin. Not Narvin, Marvin. We are going to make it bigger, though. We're using a 0.6 millimeter nozzle, which is 50% bigger, so we're going to make him 150%. I'm okay with that. Prepare to print. Yep, that looks fine to me. So Marvin keychain is getting added to the list. I also want to do a vase mode print. I assume they were sliced with the simplified 3D since it was able to extract the profile. Let's see. Where's it at, Marvin? Rose. Low poly rose vase. We do have to shrink it, though. Let's do 75 millimeters tall. So we have to shrink it to 62%. I like to leave 5 millimeters at the top for the head. Let's see, bottom layers. Let's leave it at 3. And then 0 top, 1 perimeter, single outline corkscrew. That looks good to me. Let's go 4. No, let's leave it 3. Let's give it a shot at being watertight. What the hell? So 3, 1, good. So tools, variable settings. We're going to put a split at 4, 8, 12, 1.2 millimeters. Add split. This will be 3 perimeters. So we will attempt a multi-process print. Save that. We're going to call it Rose Vase. There. And the nice thing is these prints should be pretty fast. I should be able to actually check that. So let's open this. Yes, it was printed using Simplify 3D. At least it looks like it. Because Simplify 3D tends to add all of its settings. Oops, I didn't want to do that. Tends to add all of its settings here in the G code as a comment. Simplify 3D 4.0.1. Yes. You know they didn't pay for that. Okay. Is there anything else real quick we can slice? Do I have anything else real simple I can slice real quick? You know, let's try printing his box. Not right now, though, because that's going to take a while. Anything else interesting to print? Because everything we print is going to print fast. It's such a tiny printer. Not yet. We're about to, though. I just finished renaming all the files. So now all of the files have English names, so we know what they are. And we also sliced a Marvin and a vase. And now I'm looking for anything else that I might want to print. I wonder if this is big enough to print the Tic Tac gun. Probably not. Boring, 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 boring. Oh, grenade planter. We got to do that too. I love my little grenade planter. Yeah, I know it's too big. I don't give a shit. I only have to shrink that one down to 75%. I do know I need to drop it a little bit into the bed. I might as well do this one in vase mode since I think it can handle it. So that is, let's do 3 perimeters at 0.4 millimeter. And then let's switch to 0.1 millimeter and see how it likes it. It might actually be able to do that. What's that look like? Ooh, that looks pretty messy. Yeah, those bottom layers are going to be pretty messy. Those are okay. Just that first set. Yeah, those will be fine. Let me show you what I'm looking at here. So just this first set is going to be a problem. See how nasty that looks? But all the rest of them look like they're going to be just fine. Doomsday Rocket's a multi-part print. I'm going to gamble it. I'm going to see if I can make that work. I bet you, I don't know if this printer's capable of it, but I bet you if we did 0.04 layer height, I bet you that would work. I don't know if that lead screw is capable of that. Task Manager. Let's give OBS a little higher priority. Yeah, closes it right up. Now, something I can do it's a little more work, but I don't mind. So layer 0.1. What I can do is so 14 millimeters add, and then 14.8 add, split, and what I can do, so this section here, which starts at 14 and ends at 14.8, I can make just this section 0.04. Because that's the only section that actually needs it. There. That should work. And that's a 2-hour, 32-minute print on this little thing. But it should look really nice. Yeah, that looks intact. Let's see if these stay closed at 0.2 millimeter. Yeah. There's little gaps, but I think it'll work. Yeah, we're going to do it. We're going to do it at 0.2. So that means this section also needs to be 0.2, which should dramatically increase the print time. 1 hour, 20 minutes. We're going to do that. Okay. Grenade pot. So now we have a couple of custom prints to attempt on the little weird printer. Let's close out these programs so we're not stressing the CPU too much. Eject. Okay. Marvin. All right, it's heating up. Temporarily for now. There we go. This thing really needs a light on the inside. They need to add a light on the inside. Okay? It takes very little to light this thing up. I'm going to add a little strip. I'm just going to put a little strip right here on the inside connected to 12 volts. But that's just a no-brainer. This thing needs an LED strip inside. Hamster hut, yeah. You know, I should put the hamster printer in the hamster car. We have to look on Thingiverse for a hamster. A little, cutesy hamster. Where's my... Here we go. Looks good. I didn't even have to adjust the first layer height. So now I'm going to give you guys a better view of the inside by doing this. There we go. And then we will switch to this view, which of course you lose me, but that's all right. Did I lose it or did it, no, that's just splooge. Okay. I don't like that splooge sitting there. Screw it. I'm going to leave it. So we need to print a hamster. And it has to be green because my Soul Reaper is green. Did I spell hamster wrong? How do you spell hamster? The little animal, hamster? A little splooge came off. Oh, I did spell it wrong. I thought it had a P. Perfect. Yep, we are printing a little hamster. Hey, I'm live. What's up? It's all right. What's up? Yes. Yep, I'll take care of it. Yes. Yes. I got the 120. Okay. You got it. All right. Bye. Okay, so let's download the hamster. This might crash the browser. It did. No, it didn't. Yes, it did. Of course it crashed the browser. What else is new? With a 0.4 millimeter layer height, yeah, you're going to have droopy crotch. If I printed it at Okay, that's cute. No, I think they mean bend down after you've removed it. You give it a flex. Because that's a steel plate. I'll show you what I mean when it's done. It's going to print that pretty fast. The infill's too low, though. It needs more infill. It might be okay at 0.4 millimeter, though. Or 0.6 millimeter. Any other hamsters worth printing? Oh, that's cute. But it looks like it needs support, but damn it, that's cute. That's just adorable. Oh, and a little webcam in this would be awesome, too. A little Wi-Fi camera that can connect to your phone. Just saying. That'd be pretty awesome. That's kind of cute, too. So we're going to print that one, too. It's not that noisy. I'm thinking about putting some stepper dampers on here. If I can figure out how to make it work. I'm not a fan of Raspberry Pi. It's just a pain in the ass. You're adding a point of... No, that's a 150% scale, Marvin. Since it's a 0.6 millimeter nozzle, I scaled up the Marvin equivalent to the nozzle size. Oh, a little flexi hamster. Yes, we're printing a little flexi hamster. It's mandatory. We have to print the flexi hamster. And that has to get added to my links. Log in. Log in. I found a flexi hamster. So, yes, we're printing a flexi hamster. This has got to go with my flexi critters thing. Where's my flexi critters? Hey, where is my articulated flexi critters? There we go. That's looking pretty good to me. Why isn't the fan going? Anybody else notice the parts cooling fan's not working? I can adjust temperature and speed, but I can't turn the fan on. And that little screen is working perfectly. I love that little screen. But the cooling fan is not working. And I don't know why. I think they have it turned off in their G code. That's the only thing that makes sense. No, that's my G code. And I do not have that turned off. Yeah, I have it set to turn on at layer 3. Huh. No, it's not spinning. I'm looking straight through it. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. You might be right. It is. There's a backing plate. Never mind. There's a blue backing plate. And I thought that blue was the fan. It's spinning. It's spinning fine. I know. SD card slot, screen, fully integrated. I mean, why didn't you make this thing battery powered? Are you serious? Put a goddamn battery on this thing. It's screaming, feed me a battery. Maybe I'll put a DeWalt battery attachment on the side here and just slap a DeWalt battery on there. No, the fan's working fine. It just looks like it's not spinning because there's a blue backing plate. Yeah, I'm going to put a battery on this. Oh yeah, we are going to have fun with this printer. Oh my god, this printer is going to be fun. No, it's not quiet. I am going to work on making it quiet though. No, because you don't want to go too slow. And I think the noise is mostly coming from the fan on the bottom. $115. Well, any 3D printer is going to consume about 40 or 50 watts. That's the power needed to run the 3-stepper motors, the fan, the hot end, and the electronics board inside. It's 40 to 50 watts. All 3D printers. The heat bed is what consumes all the power. Your Anycubic Chiron, your Voron, your Ender 3, your CR10, your Ender 2, they all consume about the same amount of power. The only difference in power consumption is the heat bed. This is actually not that noisy. It's the standard stepper motor noisy, which I should be able to make quieter. This all looks like I can take it apart. So I should be able to put a stepper damper on the X and Y. I'll work on that. The tricky one will be the X, because I don't know if those screws are long enough. Oh yeah, absolutely. When you use this sticky bed, this Ender 2 style sticky bed, yeah, you don't need heat. Especially with a 0.6 millimeter extrusion. You'll be just fine without heat. Nice. In theory, it might. Especially because it has a flex plate, so you could change that print surface to something that's more friendly to PGG. So it might work. I don't know. Depends on if it can get hot enough. Remind me to check to see if it can get that hot. Well, if it can reach 240, then it can do PETG. The problem you're going to have is getting the PETG to stick to the bed, because it's an unheated bed. And I don't think PETG likes a cold bed. There might, however, be a way to trick it, even though it would be a pain in the ass. If you print PLA first, a couple layers, and then switch, you might be able to make that work. Well, if it can get hot enough, it can do ABS. Because we've already shown that, Gloop. ABS Gloop will work with no heat bed. They've already done it. So, it might be possible. I don't know if it's a good idea, but it might be possible. So, switch out that plate for like a PEI plate, and then put ABS Gloop on there, and that just might work. $210 is the max, then it won't do either then. Yeah, you got to be able to go higher. You got to be able to get at least 240. You know, at 240, you can get away with it, but not at, actually, yes, and it comes with a spare. So, it uses this kind of nozzle. Big old fat nozzle. I have to say I'm impressed. I didn't do anything out of the box. It just works. Except for the... Oh, it popped loose. Yeah, I kind of figured that was going to happen. I gotta lower the nozzle a little bit. So this is where I have fun reaching in there. Now, do you just turn the whole thing, or do you have to, is it like a jam nut? Do I just turn it down or turn it up? And is that all I have to do? Feels like it. No, what I meant was, is it a jam nut? Sometimes you have to loosen one nut, adjust it, and then tighten it, but it doesn't look like I had to do that. That first layer did look like it didn't have enough squish, but I gambled that it would work okay. Hey, parts cooling is good. Yeah, parts cooling's fine. And it does come with a little pair of tweezers. Good for grabbing off that little splooge. Too low? Nope, we're good. That still looks like it might be too high. And I can't lower it anymore, so I might have to lower it in the slicer. Oh, it doesn't look too bad. The Michelangelo is a fantastic printer. Do not give up your Michelangelo. It has Ender 2 print quality, and you can add a heat bed. You need to what? Tighten the center bolt for the Z? What do you mean? Is it just me, or does that look tilted? Does that head look tilted to you? Like the x-axis is tilted a little bit? So I'll have to take a look at that. That's what I mean. The red part looks tilted. How did it get such a proper first layer with a visible tilt? Ender 2 Pro? Did you say they were doing an Ender 2 Pro? Yeah, the end stop side is low. Where can I find information on that? I want one badly. You can take this case off. The shell comes off. Oh, that is freaking awesome. What are the improvements going to be? I hope they keep it as good as the original. Because I have 9 of those things and I'll never give them up. Oh, back scratch feels so good. Ah. Yeah, where's the Ender 2 Pro article? I don't see it. Yeah, I want one bad too. Really bad. So why can't I... Why don't I see the other camera? I didn't get the link. Send it to my email. YouTube is blocking the link. Well, I got to contact them because I would like to have some input on that. It is by far my favorite printer of all time. So I would really like to have at least the ability to give them some feedback. That looks pretty clean. I don't like the springs. What the fuck is up with those springs? And I don't like the hot end very much either. Hopefully that's just a plastic cover. One of the things I like about the Ender 2 is that it's very serviceable. What, you have an Ender 2 Pro? I do love the integrated power supply base. It looks like it's got a drawer on the bottom. I don't like the tensioning thing. It's annoying. Not a fan of the tensioner. Not a fan of the spool holder. I'd go back to putting the spool holder on top because I just prefer that. Soft magnetic sticker? No, don't do that. I don't want a soft magnetic sticker. I want a steel plate. It needs to be a steel plate. And they need to put the yellow springs on there, not those stupid silver springs. My other concern is the carriage plate looks very thin. I'm hoping that's just a render. I want a nice beefy carriage plate. At least the SD card is easy access on the front there. I wish they'd put a little tiny OLED screen on this. Make it even smaller. And then put the spool holder back on the top where it belongs. You can use the spool holder as a handle. But the changes I would make, full-size SD card, or even better, USB thumb drive would be great. I would go with an OLED screen, half that size, shrink it down even smaller. I'd put the spool holder back on the top. I'd get rid of the tensioners and go back to the stock tensioners. Because these adjustable tensioners, yes, I'm still like in New Mexico. It's wonderful. These tensioners are bad news. They encourage people to over-tighten. Yeah, the one side's lower. I'll have to look at that. It encourages people to over-tighten. I'd like to see the yellow springs. It looks like they went to, is it still 3-point leveling? Yeah, it's still 3-point leveling. And I don't like, I'm hoping that's not one, I'm hoping it's a standard hot end inside that machine there. So I don't like the proprietary hot ends. I want a bog standard hot end in there. But it does look like it has I hope it has a parts cooling fan this time. But yeah, I do not like the side spool holder. I know it works better. I don't care. I don't want the side spool holder. Well, to me, one of the advantages of the Ender 2 is how tight a space you can fit it in. For those who can't load the page, so the changes I would make, I'd get rid of the tensioner, get rid of the tensioner, go back to the standard tensioners. Nope, we're pretty straight. I'd put the spool holder back on top. I would make sure that this is a standard hot end inside and not some funky, CR10 V2 kind of crap. I would switch this out to an OLED screen that's half that size. Make it even more compact. Maybe even build it right into the base here. I'd go with a USB slot or a full-size SD card. Switch to the yellow springs. I hope that plate is thick enough. It looks thicker here. Tensioners are horrible. First of all, you don't need them because you don't need them to be that goddamn tight. So it's not hard to do. And they encourage people to over-tighten, which destroys wheels, destroys bearings, and destroys belts. The The display is not bad because your spool is going to be that big anyway. So I'm okay with the display. But I want the spool holder back on top. I don't like the spool holder here. Exactly. Way too wide. And I would like to see them work on making this head more compact. They can make this more compact. Bring the wheels closer together. Make the shroud more efficient. Oh, I will. The very first thing I'm going to do is put the spool holder back up here. And this better be metal. This feeder unit better be the aluminum one. Yeah, exactly. I like the metal. Well, it's not so much the metal, it's the simplicity. 2 screws, and it's off. No, it's not a Prusa Mini in a raincoat. The Prusa Mini is a copy of the Ender 2. Oh, it's auto leveling? Good point. I don't see a sensor here. Oh, if this has the auto leveling hot end, that's awesome. No, it doesn't. It has springs. If it had the CR6 SE hot end, then it wouldn't need the springs. Well, yeah, I know. I can see it. The extruder's plastic, and that pisses me off. Especially since the metal one's only $7. Yeah, I can see it's not ABL because it still has springs and wheel. You know, I like the changes they're making, except for oh yeah, it's PTFE line. I don't like the tensioners, and I don't like the spool on the side. Those are the 2 big ones. I'm hoping it's a standard hot end inside there, and that I can just remove this cover without a problem. It might even be dual cooling fans. That would be nice. So we'll see. Well, I don't know. 32-bit board would be nice. Because the one thing, there is one downside to the Ender 2. God damn, that interface lagged. The UI was so slow. Especially when you had a bunch of files on the SD card. So I tended to have separate SD cards with only a couple files on each. Exactly. It's going to have a modern board, so it should be a lot more spritey. It should be a lot more what's the word? What's the word I'm looking for? I can't think of the word I'm looking for. Snappy, I guess the only word I can think of. Zippy, snappy, yeah. Responsive. That's the right word. That's the word I was thinking of. I'd also like to see a color screen. I'd like to see them implement on thumbnails so you can see what you're printing on the screen. In which case, I'd like a bigger screen. Now, the Prusa Mini looks like the Ender 2. I've had the Ender 2 long before the Prusa Mini. I'm really annoyed they haven't contacted me. I wonder if they don't like me anymore. Because, I mean, I sold the shit out of the Ender 2. Like, seriously, I sold the shit out of it. Because it was just a damn good machine. My Ender 2 is sitting right there. Probably no one has one yet, but I would have liked to be able to give them some feedback in the design process. Because, you know, I want to see it. I want to see it succeed. I really, really want to see it succeed. Well, just because it's a copy of something doesn't change anything, really. She's not with Creality anymore, and Naomi has blocked me on Twitter. I said something that pissed her off, and I still have no idea why it pissed her off. So, oh well. Nothing I can do about it. Yeah, she got pissed off about something, and that's it, blocked. They were talking about locks, and I said that apparently the words that I used were you need to understand that American locks are garbage. You know, and they are. You know, we have Kwikset and Schlage is the most common locks in the country, and they're very easy to bump. They're very easy to pick. They're garbage locks. And apparently the words you need to understand piss her off. I don't know why. I don't know what's wrong with those words. I have no idea why that made her mad. She considered it patronizing. I don't know how that's patronizing. I mean, maybe it's a language translation thing. Maybe it's the way we use the words. But you need to understand is like saying the next set of words are important. It's kind of like putting them in quotes. I mean, I don't understand how it's patronizing. I don't know what I did wrong. Exactly. I mean, I figured I knew her well enough for her to at least ask. Say, hey, did you mean to say this? And I would, of course, have said no. But for whatever reason, it pissed her to fuck off. And I went to school for engineering, thank you. Oh, she's not an engineer. At least not. Well, I would consider her an engineer of a sort, but she's not accredited. She doesn't have a degree. Neither do I. She's smart as shit, that's for sure. You know, a lot of people just see the, you know, the big chest and ignore the fact that she's got a hell of a brain. But I don't know why she got pissed off at me. I mean, nothing I can do about it now. You know, she said, are you going to delete that, or am I going to block you and forget you exist? And before I can even make a reply of, what did I say? She blocked me. So, nothing I can do about it. There we go. Ooh, that's not dry yet. It hadn't cooled down yet. Now that's nice. You can grab the part and slide it right out. That works really well. Now when they said on here, bend down, they mean... Well, yeah, I would not say that to her because the context of the word shit might go misunderstood. All right, let's get another one going. When did she come out? What's that mean? When did she come out? Let's print a vase. Oh, we got to leave that open because the light glares off of it. I think it needs a little more retraction. Oh, wow. So that came out pretty good. There we go. That is not bad. Retraction needs a little work. Maybe temperature control. The drooping is good. How's that working? Is that working? Maybe. I can't tell if it's sticking or not. More than a kid's toy. It prints fine. I have no problem with the way it's printing. I think it's the first layer is not low enough, so this may pop off. I don't know. No, I have not. Yeah, I have to lower the extrusion multiplier a little bit. I think I want to drop it down to 0.96. I still have to take apart the bottom and figure out where that screw came from. That Marvin looks great. I got no problem with that Marvin. Yeah. Oh, you know. Oh, you think the rod itself is moving? I doubt it. Removing the top should be pretty easy. Pop the Bowden tube out of the feeder unit, unscrew the top, pop it off, and then once you have it off, just take out the stepper motor screw going to the feeder, and then you should be able to remove the entire top and get access to the rest of the machine inside there. But I also have to remove the bottom to find out where that screw came from. Hey, drone shots. We have a little itty bitty printer. It's absolutely adorable. It uses proper stepper motors. It uses a proper feeder unit. Yeah, this is the sample PLA. This is the green one that came in. Actually came with two. Came with yellow and green. Oddly enough, the big giant handle for the spool holder means that the sample actually stays on here. So I'm not as mad about the sample not being on a spool. The fact that it has this big giant handle means it stays. I'm impressed. It's doing a great job. It needs some tweaking, but oh, I'm sorry. Not freaking bad. So Yusu is good filament. Put it this way, so far I'm impressed enough that I want to go to the take the extra step to see if I can improve it. Yeah, it does have that look. Let's slice up a hamster while we're waiting. I know, isn't it barbaric? Yeah. You're gonna get it, hamster. You're gonna get it. We're gonna slice you up. That pissed it off. Yeah, clicking on it crashed my window. I'll have to open it later. Or can I? Oh, it's trying to open a studio link. Oh my god. Elio Motors is still around? I just got an email from Elio Motors. Because I'll tell you, I still want an Elio. If they ever made one, I'd try to get one. Wow. That's not an email I expected to see. I'd give it up on them too. I got a t-shirt. It doesn't fit, but I got a t-shirt. I don't want to play too much of that copyright. If you want spectacular print quality, go with Prusament or Atomic. They're both very high spec tolerance. Also IC3D. You also have Paramount 3D, and you also have the fancy filament. I forget the name of the company up in Oregon or Washington. Yeah, it's pretty great. Oh, they've already got under $100 printers, but this one's actually useful. No, the expensive $50 a roll filament. What the hell? I have a link for them. Protopasta. Beat you to it by 3 seconds. But yeah. Now for affordable, I'd go with Prusament if you can find it on Amazon. It sells out quick, and Atomic Filament. They're both going to be very, very consistent, very precise, and they're affordable. About $30 a roll. He wanted high precision. He wants that consistent print quality. I like Esun well. Esun, actually, yeah. Esun PLA Pro or PLA Plus, I forget which they call it. That's also a great filament, very consistent, very reliable, very forgiving. But if you want the ultimate in precision, it's pretty hard to beat Prusament and Atomic. Yeah, Printed Solid Jesse PLA is excellent. Their Mystery Orange is amazing. Super bright orange. I used to live 40 minutes from them. Oh, yes. Even a crap printer, you put Prusament in, it's going to print great. I'm really impressed with the job this printer is doing. What? Well, that's wrong. That's not supposed to be how that prints. I'm thinking about putting freaking DeWalt batteries on this thing. The Hero is not bad. It's just poorly executed. The stepper motor is just not strong enough. Period. Yeah, I'm gonna make this thing battery powered. Hell yes. The 101 Hero wasn't a bad machine in theory. It was just poorly executed. The steppers were not strong enough. The biggest problem being the extruder. It simply did not have enough torque. The design was fine. It was wobbly and stuff like that, but hey, it's a plastic toy printer. But the problem was the stepper motor for the extruder did not have enough torque. So it could not reliably extrude filament. The design was fine. Their choice of parts was bad. Okay, this is wrong. This is not printing correctly. Let's try 100% overlap. I can't print the Flexi Hamster. Look what it's doing. Okay, so here's the ring. Now it needs to print the piston, the hinge pin that's going to go from here to allow this thing to flex. But watch what it does. Look, it's printing it as a separate part. See? If for some reason it's putting this cutout here, and it's not connecting to this pin, which is never going to work. This will be a failed print. I wonder. Well, yeah. It is a bad printer, but the design has potential if they would have just executed it better. No, it's not auto repair. Let's switch over to Genius Pro and print that way. Oh, wait a minute. No, this one I know what's doing it. I got heel turned on. And I also believe I have a diaphragm. Yep, let's turn that off. What the hell? Never mind. This is a profile I was running. Yeah, I got started height there. There we go. 0.4. Okay. There we go. Oh, that's part of the design. There's a loose pin in there. Well, that's stupid. Is that actually modeled that way? Nah. Yeah, someone gave me the, who was it? Someone gave me the crack that works with 4.1.2. What the fuck's this? Oh. No, it won't. Oh my god, it's actually designed that way. No, it's not. It's solid. So why the hell is it trying to print? Oh no, it is separate. No, it's not. It's solid. What the hell? So there's a setting I'm using somewhere that's causing that. Something I'm doing is causing that. Okay, let's check all my settings. 1.0, 7.4.4, 0.24, 333, random, 80/20. That's fine. That's fine. Nothing in here is going to do that. I'm doing something to cause that. That's all fine. It's got to be in these two screens here. No size compensation. Area threshold. One millimeter. 5200. That's all fine. This doesn't make sense. I don't see anything that would be causing that. I don't understand why it's separating the model. This indent here does not exist. So what the hell is causing it? It has to be a setting. We might as well get this printing something else. Shark. I want the shark. Let's go with the default profile. It's got some weird settings, but let's see what that does. Still doing it. That tells me that there's a flaw in the model. and that for whatever reason, Simplify 3D is interpreting that flaw as a problem. Let's try this. Let's try healing it. That's going to get rid of all the holes, but yeah, that gets rid of all the holes. So I can't do that. I think it's the model. Now, does NetFab not work anymore? Is there no more NetFab? Yeah, but I don't want to fucking install Fusion 360 just to do that. So NetFab is gone. Exactly. I think they added that cylinder as a cut, and there's something wrong with the mesh. I can't use 3D Builder. This is Windows 7. Yeah. Hang on. I'm just pissed off that they took away fucking NetFab, and so now you have to create an account and download software and load software when before it was just a simple upload download. It's a lot less user friendly. Wow, that shark is big. I wasn't expecting it to be so big. There's two versions of the file. Let me grab the other one. Yeah, the pegs are messed up. There's something wrong with the pegs. Yeah, see, it's still doing it. Exactly. It looks like it's solid, but technically to the slicer, it's two models touching. And so it's weird. The model's broken, and that's how it's interpreting it. Which means I could probably fix it in Tinkercad. The problem is it's going to be tricky to fix. Exactly. That's exactly what I'm assuming it is. So... Five, five. So it's probably 3 millimeters. Yeah, just email it to me. Now, the way I would fix this in Tinkercad is I'm going to add a cylinder over top of the existing cylinder. If it'll let me. There it goes. There it is. Right there. Looks like even smaller. I like Tinkercad. It's simple. It's visually intuitive. We're fixing the hamster, although Fragger fixed it as well. His way's better. The hell was that? Over extrusion. Yeah, once it stops doing bottom layers, it'll be fine. That's a little over extrusion. Oh, I hope this thing's not solid. That'd be pretty dumb if this thing is solid. No, it's a shark. Nice. 3D printing at Nerys.com. I think what I need to do is to cut this. So here's what I'm going to do. We're going to Control D this, make it solid, then we're going to hide it, then we're going to make this one solid, and then we're going to slice it in half like that. And then we're going to merge these two models together like that. Now I can very easily line this booger up. Oh, there we go. So I duplicated the model and then I sliced it in half. I can't zoom in anymore. It won't let me zoom in anymore. That's annoying. Hey, Daryl. So this probably is 3 millimeters. No, it's 2.5. And now I bring it down until it lines up. Bring it over until it lines up. Oh, we're getting so close. There we go. It's really annoying that it won't let me. My arrow keys don't work. I'll just wait for you to send me. No link. Hey, Chaser. There we go. That's close enough. Now, here's the trick I use. These are probably all equally spaced. So if I grab this one and do a Control D, then a Shift drag over to this one, and then hit Control D again, boom. Ah, it's not the same. Of course it wouldn't be the same. Control D. They're not evenly spaced. There we go. Now we take this, we ungroup, we get rid of the cut. Now, what we need to do is to make these pegs part of the model. So first I'm going to make the pegs all one model. You probably did fix it, but I just want to finish doing this just because I started it. So we're going to put a cut box here and a cut box here. Like that. And then we're going to join these two cut boxes together. And the reason for that, well, not yet. I don't think I have to. I'm going to do it anyway. Hang on. That goes outside of that one. That goes outside of that one. And then I should be able to simply merge these all together. Yeah, that's why I can't do that. Yep. Okay. Duh. So I have to join these two first, then join it with this. Cut. Then join them all together. There. Hamster Flexi fixed. Export. There we go. Now that should work. Yay, it worked. That's what it's supposed to look like. It's not still, it is still, okay, it's supposed to, yeah, duh. Yeah, that's what it's supposed to look like. When the entire model disappeared? Oh, yeah, because I merged it together. So the cut block cut both parts. Yeah. Okay. So now we switch back to the lioness profile. Top solid 3. We do want to lower that extrusion multiplier 0.94 since it was extruding way too much plastic. I think I can get away with 2. Let's undo some of the weird changes I made trying to fix it. Okay. So rotate 45 degrees. Print at 75 millimeters. Center it. Print it. Yay! It's fixed! I do need a bit more infill. Yeah, but it was an easy way. Long, but easy. think I need a little more infill. Actually, if I just switch to rectilinear, that will effectively double the infill density. Yeah, there we go. That'll give me some nice bridging. So we'll print that next. Yeah, I'll have to grab Blender. Uh-oh. We might have a two-color shark. There might not be enough of that color. Yeah, I noticed no teeth. Well, it's got little dimples. And it is watertight and airtight. Very nice. I am pleased with that. And feels strong with it. Oh, I broke it. Oh, that was my bad. Yeah, I don't know if there's enough filament left. There might be, but I doubt it. I'm probably going to have to feed it. That's called rectilinear infill. So infill has like this infill has this way and this way. Now grid is when you print this way and this way every single layer. That's going to give you very solid infill. Rectilinear is this way this layer, this way the next layer, this way this layer, this way the next layer. So it's printing each direction every other layer. So that increases your field density, but your infill layers aren't solid. So it's good when you want to add more infill visual density for holding up top layers without spending the time to print both. Because you don't actually need it for structural integrity. You need it more for support. Now, the reason it looks so odd here is because we're printing at 0.4 millimeter layers. So it's you're seeing the gap between them because of how thick the layers are. If I were printing at 0.2 millimeter, you probably wouldn't even notice. No, this is not squishy. And it won't be. With two perimeters at 0.6 millimeters, it's going to be strong. It's amazing watching it pull the filament in so fast for such a tiny printer. I'm used to seeing that on my big nozzle printers. I'm surprised that broke. Huh. I'm actually really surprised that broke. Yeah. And I actually really like the fact that they included a whole bunch of prints with the SD card. So you can get going right away printing stuff with a whole variety of things. They picked a whole big variety of simple toy-like prints to go with the printer. Good job. Because that's a 0.6 millimeter wall thickness. That should be really strong. So the plastic itself was brittle. And I'm not sure why. Let me try crushing it. Oh yeah. This plastic doesn't have good layer adhesion. Look at that, it's delaminating. Okay, so this plastic wants to be printed hotter. Hey, how about we make new filament? 200 degrees. Would you mind posting the Amazon US link direct, as the link in the description links to the UK site? No, it doesn't. It links to the US site. So your end is converting it for some reason. It's like automatically switching you over to UK. So just change the link to US. But I'll get you another one anyway. Hang on. Exactly. It's trying to convert. Oh, I also need to add this. I think I already did, but I'm going to add this to my 3D printers category. So if you go to my Amazon influencer page, amazon.com/shop/Nerys, is the first printer in the list. Yeah, this is delaminating. Look at this. I'm actually delaminating the print, which means it wasn't printed hot enough. Yeah, all the way. Still delaminating. There it goes. Finally broke. But yeah, I just delaminated that entire print. That's just funny. I'm getting ready to swap filament. And if that doesn't work, go to the US site and put in the Esun. Nope, that's not what I wanted. That's not what I wanted. Here's the Esun. Oh, it's working? I'm impressed. I'm going to have fun with this printer. This would make a great little travel printer, especially if I can run it off batteries. Now, the question is there a way to charge a DeWalt battery while you're using it so that whenever I plug the printer in, it'll recharge the battery? Or do I just have to use a battery? Like, I could just slap a battery on there. I mean, like, that ought to run it for a while. That's a 8 amp hour lithium iron phosphate battery. That ought to run it for a little bit. Hey, I fed it. We're going to have no retraction for a little bit, but that's okay. We're now yellow. Well, I'm going to make basically a bottom. And I'm going to make the printer taller. And I'm going to stick a battery underneath it. So I got a, this is an 8 amp hour battery. I probably have a little, well, here we go. Here we go. How about a 12 amp hour battery? That'll run it for a while. And actually, that's about the right size to fit underneath there, too. And there should be enough room for a charge controller. So that would be something like this. So that would be something like that. And then here would be the charge controller. And then I could tag 12 volts off the printer's 12 volts to the charge controller. And that charge controller will keep the battery charged whenever it's plugged in. That might work. But I don't think we need that much power. That's a lot of power right there. I do have a little 4 amp hour battery that I don't need. So what's 12 times 4? That's only 1 hour. So no, we need at least 8 amp hours. Because assuming it takes 50 watts, that's 50 watt hours per hour. And so 12 times 4 is 48. Yes, it's 12 volts. That's 48 watt hours. So that's enough time for 1 hour. Although most prints are half an hour, so that's 2 prints. But I'd rather go with an 8 amp hour battery and get 2 hours of autonomous time. Oh, I think we just switched to yellow. Yep, there's the yellow. I'm assuming 40 to 50 watts. I'll have to actually put it on a watt meter to check that, but I'm assuming 40 to 50 watts. Ooh, 100 amp hour. Oh, no, my biggest is 20. I got a couple of 20s. Although I have 4 12 amp hours now, so I could hook 2 12 amp hour batteries. That's 288 watt hours. That'll run this for a real long time. Well, 100, yeah, 2 hours. That's what I'm guessing. Because 12 amp hours will give me 144 watt hours. So that's going to give me at least 2 hours of print time. Isn't it amazing how light they are? I mean, that's a 144 watt hour battery. And this is true 144 watt hour. You can drain this all the way down. Now, some guy just finished a whole bunch of testing and found out that not only do lead acid batteries give you less capacity than they're rated for, but they've all been lying all this time. None of them come even close to giving you the rated capacity. Even with a minimal load, they don't come anywhere close to the rated capacity. But I have a whole bunch of these. I must have 10 of these. Every time they pop up in bins, I grab them. Cool. Yeah, I need 2 300 amp hours for my boat. Yeah, that's like 2,500 bucks. Because I want 7 hours of autonomous time. So 600 amp hours would give me 7 hours of running on the motor. So that's my goal. You know, 200 amp hours will work. Even 200 amp hours will work. But I would only get 2.5 hours. Good deal. They're normally about 400. So 350 is a good deal. And the nice thing is the Lifey batteries, they'll last. They don't wear out as fast as lithium ion does.
You can get one of these. You can get an Ender 3 for 115 bucks. I have a boat. I got a boat. 150 bucks. Little 14-foot boat or 16-foot boat. So I've already got the boat. It's going to be a project. Let's see, what have I already gotten for the boat? I'll show you all the goodies I've already gotten for the boat. I got 3 more 12 amp hour batteries come in. I got this really cool inverter MIG welder. It's like so compact it fits in a tool case. I was like, that's cool. Oh, I got an electric wheelbarrow. I was like, yeah, I'm going to grab that. And the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to put 2 8 amp hour lithium iron phosphate batteries in it and get rid of the lead acid batteries that are in it. A nice TIG welder would be nice. That would be pretty cool. I have a MIG welder and I have a stick welder. Arc welder, I guess you called it. I got another 1500 watt pure sine wave inverter. Yeah, I'll bring up pictures. I got another cat tree. 73 inch tall cat tree. So the kitties are going to be happy about that. Yeah, I'll bring it up in a second. I'm loading them now. Hang on. I'm going through here. I got some stainless steel hooks. I got some stainless steel carabiners. Anything stainless steel, I'm just grabbing because it might be handy. I got the navigation light. I got a little tiny 1.7 cubic foot fridge for Michelle's room. Yeah, stick welder. I got some rod holders. I got some stainless steel hitch pins. I was like, hell yeah. Oh, if you guys haven't seen this, there's something else I want you to see, if it's still available. Nice. Yeah, I've got the nav light, but I haven't got the front nav yet. I'm still waiting for Vince to provide. Vince will provide. He will provide. Oh, nice. Nice. I got some quick links. Oh, this is pretty cool. It's a stupid thing, but it's cool because it's titanium and I didn't have to pay for it. Because otherwise I wouldn't have got it. Yeah, no kidding. It's very addictive. Very, very addictive. It'll probably happen eventually where I'll get bumped from the program. I hope it's not for a few years. But man, it's going to be a sad day when that happens. I don't know the brand. It's marked. I'm pretty sure it's not homemade, but it's registered as homemade. So I'm not entirely sure. I'll show you a picture though in a minute. Hang on. I'm still loading stuff to show you guys. There's the speakers. Man, I'm going to have 6 12 amp hour batteries. I can make a pretty healthy battery pack with that. Exactly. That's what I said. It's not even in that bad a condition, including the trailer and titles. I was like, for 150 bucks, I'm thrilled. Happy as a pig and you know what. Well, if you're a normal person who wants a normal boat, it's useless. As I keep telling people, you don't have any freedom. I mean, you can't even put a kayak in the water without permission. You got to ask permission of the state. It's ridiculous. Oh, here's something else I got that's pretty cool too. I'm probably pissing off the computer loading all this crap. I know, not yet. I'm loading. I'm going through my order history and finding all the boat stuff that I got. Once I have all the tabs loaded. Well, the problem is it's pretty healthy fines if they stop you. I got an all-clad pot. Oh, $325 pot. Holy shit. But it's all clad, baby. It's freaking all clad. Yeah, it is. It's nice. I could never have one if not for Vince. I just couldn't. We're printing a 2-color shark. I ran out of green, so I had to switch to yellow. I believe they did just legalize it now. I'm not going to mess with it, but I believe it is now legal here. Well, I can understand license and insurance requirements. That makes sense to me. Because it's dangerous. And not so much dangerous for you. I don't care about that. I'm not into nanny governments. But you're a danger to others. So I can totally understand saying, hey, we want you to be licensed and you need to be insured. So if you whack somebody, they're covered. You know, imagine having somebody run a red light, total your car, and then you find out they have no insurance. And so now you have no car. Electric, he's talking about electric scooters. Like, you know, you're on the road driving. So I get that. What I don't get is when they don't let you do certain things. It's like, fine, require, you know, license and insurance, but, you know, make it possible, you know? Nah, a little tiny, like, razor scooter, you wouldn't need insurance for that. A cyclist isn't going to cause that kind of damage. A cyclist isn't going to total your car. A cyclist isn't going to destroy the side of your house when he drunk drives into it. You know, the bike weighs 40 pounds and the cyclist weighs 200 pounds. The cyclist will squish, not you. Almost done. I know there's one more in here I need. Now, my bike weighs 60 pounds. Yeah, I know. Okay. So here's what I've gotten so far. So I got this freaking electric wheelbarrow. It's got two 7 amp hour. It says 12 amp hour, but then later on it says 7 amp hour. So I guess 14 amp hour, 12 amp hour usable. Who knows? So I'm going to replace those with 2 of these. I'm going to put 2 8 amp hour lithium iron phosphate batteries in there, which will make it a hell of a lot lighter and a hell of a lot more stable. And then I'm going to hook a little solar panel to it and a charge controller. Same thing with my trailer dolly. I'm going to do the same thing with that, although that takes more amps. So I got to make sure to work. These are low output batteries. They're not high output batteries. But yeah, this is pretty cool. So I'm also thinking I could put 2 wheels back here and then replace the barrel with a platform, like a crate kind of thing, to make it into a cargo carrier. So that's pretty cool. Then I got these stainless steel hooks. I got these stainless steel quick clips, big ones. Yeah, they do make them with 2 front wheels, but you know, Vince provided that, so beggars can't be choosers. So this is an LED stern light that folds down. So I could fold it down when I'm, you know, trailering it so it doesn't get broken. That's real nice. Yeah, I know. Thank God it was free. Because I would never pay for it. I don't got that kind of money. Then I got these built-in beautiful stainless steel rod mounts. And then I got these stainless steel hitch pins. And check this out. If you guys have any interest in solar lighting, I cannot guarantee you the quality or the performance, and I also can't test it for you because this might be gone by the time I get it to test it. It claims to have a lithium iron phosphate battery in it, even if it's garbage. $33 for that is insane. So if you want to dick around with some solar lighting for your house, for $33, you pretty much can't lose. I mean, I'm going to take it apart, see how big the battery is inside there, and we'll see how bright it is. But if it's mediocre at best, you can't lose at freaking $33. It's like, what the hell? I can't even buy the battery for $33. So I don't know if it's a loss leader or if it's a scam or if it's a temporary sale price and they're going to raise it later. But it says the regular price is $39.95, which is still ridiculously cheap. So we'll see what I actually get in the mail. Yeah, if it's actually 15,000 milliamp hours, that's fantastic. You can't buy a 15 amp hour pack for $33. How do you know how do you know that? Did they add specs to this since I last looked at it? Like, how do you know what the specs are? Because it did not include specs earlier. It would be 6.4 volts. Yeah, how do you know what the specs are? It says there's 4 batteries inside. It's on the picture. Oh, did they add a picture? Oh, wow. Okay. So if it actually has a 15 amp hour pack in there, my 1099 from last year doesn't matter. What's scary is my 1099 from this year. It's over 100 grand. Yeah, that scares me. But yeah, 15,000 milliamp hour is fantastic. It says it'll go 18 to 36 hours on batteries. So it has radar motion detection. I mean, if this thing is even halfway legit, that's a ridiculous price. I want to buy 10, but I don't have the money. I already have 10 different kinds, but this is fantastic. As long as that panel is glass covered and not resin covered. If that panel's resin covered, yeah. But if that panel is PET or glass covered, and it actually has a 15 amp hour lithium iron phosphate battery inside, this thing's going to be amazing. Stainless steel quick links. Look at this. Titanium canteen set. It's a titanium. No, he said lithium iron phosphate. It claimed lithium iron phosphate. Because if it's lithium polymer, that's not good. Well, at $32, that's okay, but it's not good. Because they'll die in 4 or 5 years. Well, I can write all of it off because it's all for my YouTube channel. So I can write 100% of it off. Well, I hope it's not. He told me lithium iron. Well, the listing originally said lithium iron phosphate. It said 3.2 volts. Unless he lied. But even lithium polymer is not bad. For 33 freaking dollars. Okay, so he changed this. Because this originally said 3.2 volt lithium, which would be lithium iron phosphate. Yeah, right here. Lithium phosphate. So, if that's actually lithium phosphate, that's amazing. So, that's a titanium mess kit. That's pretty cool. And then I got these fold down cleats, these folding stainless steel cleats that look amazing. Tail lights for the trailer, submersible, nice LED, slim. For $33, it's worth it just to take it apart. Hitch lock for the trailer. Speakers, two 240 watt, 6.5 inch speakers for the boat. Here's the winch for the trailer, for pulling the boat onto the trailer. Check this out. It actually sounds good, too. No, but what did I buy with that income? I bought all this stuff with it. And all of this stuff, I make reviews, and I make money from the reviews. So it counts as gross receipts or something like that. It basically counts as product. I'm buying it for my business. Remember, this is not a hobby for me. So if you're doing this as a hobby, you can't write it off. But because I'm doing this as a business, I can write it all off. Because the taxes on that would be 4 times what I made last year. It would be about $20,000. Yeah, it's got a vacuum tube on it, and it actually sounds really good. I was pretty impressed by that. Then I got these quick links, 880-pound quick links, 1,500-pound quick links. I got this mid-mount rod holder. I got these clasps. These are all stainless steel. I got these cleats. The end rod holders. I didn't buy these. These are all from Vince. I got the little marine flag for the boat. I got the wheel chocks for the trailer. This is wonderful. I love this little wrench. It's aluminum. So No, my accountant back in Pennsylvania has helped me out with it. But it's aluminum, so it's not very strong. But for the kind of stuff I do, it's plenty strong, and it's light. It weighs like nothing. So when you're doing this, your arm doesn't hurt. And here's the stereo I got as well. So that's a Marine Bluetooth stereo. Okay, so let's get the shark out. I want to see the shark. I want to see my cute little shark. Okay, the zit line is pretty pronounced. And the layer height was actually a little bit low for this. This needs a lower layer height, but it did work. That is cute. Very cute. Let's do the hamster, and I'm going to increase the temperature. Let me get this sliced and get it started, and then we'll talk. Yeah, Grandpa Shark, he's lost his teeth. Temperature, we're going to go to 210. You said it maxes out 210. I wonder if I can instruct it to print hotter in G-code. Maybe. And the plate is easy to remove if there's a print on it. You just grab the print and pull forward, and it comes right off. Alrighty, we're going to print a hamster. It should take 51 minutes. I enlarged it as best I could. Hamster Flexi! Okay, so see you later, Mr. Made in the 80s. Citizens in the United States don't pay income tax. That's kind of a misnomer. It's kind of a myth. I know. It counts as income, and it's on my taxes as income, and then I write off all of my purchases. So this is a $115 purchase. I could try. I could print the cactus on the Chiron, do it in 2 pieces, make it 800 millimeters tall. So, citizens in the United States are not allowed to pay income tax. We call it income tax, but it's not. It's revenue tax. Besides standard deductions, you have to pay tax on every dollar you make. No exceptions. And you're not allowed to write it off. Most things you're not allowed to write off. Businesses, on the other hand, pay income tax. I missed it, but it'll be fine. Businesses, on the other hand, are permitted under our tax law to pay income tax. Now, income is revenue minus costs equals profit. That's income, right? So I don't pay taxes on the money I make. I pay taxes on my profit. So as an actual business, I'm registered. I have a C corporation or S corporation. I have it all registered and everything, and it's legitimate. It's not just a hobby masquerading as a business. I don't go to any job. This is my job. and I pay all my taxes. So, you know, all my donations you send to me, that all gets taxed. I claim everything. I don't fuck with the tax guy. Not worth it. You'll lose. You'll lose every time. And pay Amazon, because of the way they did it. The name Nerisse actually comes from Egypt. I was watching a History Channel show once, and apparently it's a surname from both Egypt and Ireland. And it's a female surname from Ireland and a male surname from Egypt. And I just liked the way it sounded, so I've used it ever since there. Let me tell you, I was pretty excited when Deep Space Nine came out, and I was like, holy shit, there he is! I was kind of excited by that. And, but yeah, that's where. It's just, I heard it on Discovery Channel, and I liked the way it sounded. And it was unique enough that whenever I would ask for that as a username on an internet site, I would always get it, because no one else used it. Now that the internet is way more global than before, I actually do encounter other Nerisses. And so I've been using that name since the late 80s, early 90s. You can see the registration on my domain name, nerisse.com. I've had it forever. But, so when Amazon issues, because of the way Amazon's doing it, it lets me do this. Amazon's going to issue me a 1099. And that 1099 is going to include both my affiliate income and my Vince income. So this was $115. I will get $115 added to my 1099 for this. There you go. Now, because they issued it as income, well, where is it? Where's the income? Where's the cash? Because as far as the IRS is concerned, I got $100,000 in cash. So where's the cash? I spent it. I spent the cash buying this stuff. And I am contractually obligated to leave a review for this stuff. That's my actual job. I actually get paid, not for the review, but for what I do with the review. So when you guys click on the link to buy this, I make money. It's not much. You know, I'll probably make a dollar or two on this printer, maybe $3 on this printer. I don't know what the commission rate is. Let's say it's 3%. So I'll make like $3.25 if you buy this printer on Amazon. So if 10 of you buy this printer, I'll make, you know, almost $40. Or 12 of you. So if 12 of you buy this printer, I'll make like $40. If 100 of you buy this printer, I'll make like $312. And that's how I make my income. Do you like my video of me showing you this printer, and you send me a PayPal or a Super Chat, or you join my Patreon? Well, it's because I'm showing this stuff, because I'm doing this stuff. So everything that I spend my Vince money on is it's a full-time job. I spend 30, 40 hours a week doing reviews. I'll pick a night and I'll spend like 8 hours straight just cranking out reviews. And that doesn't include the time I spent using it, taking it apart, taking pictures, because some things I'll dismantle it. I'll take, like all the solar stuff, I take it apart. How hard is it to replace the battery? Because that's kind of important. When I buy a solar light, especially a $300 solar light, I don't want to hear, oh yeah, you can't replace that battery, and that battery's dead in 3 years. I don't want to hear that. So I take them apart. How serviceable are they? Is it using a proper coating on the solar panel? Because, for example, the little dangly hummingbird wind chime thingy I got, it uses a resin-coated solar panel. That's a problem, because the resins are not usually UV stable. So what happens is that resin becomes opaque over time. You ever see solar lights and the top has that yellow, whitish, cloudy look? I'm gonna upgrade this. We're gonna make it battery powered. I'm gonna run this thing off a battery. That's a problem if you actually want to keep that for a long period of time. Like the dollar store solar lights are actually pretty impressive because there's an actual battery inside, a 2/3 AA cell inside that you can actually replace, and it's a glass solar panel, which means the solar panel is never going to go bad. It'll last longer than you will. The problem is, it's not usually worth replacing the battery because the battery will actually cost you more money than just going and buying another solar light. And then the other problem with the dollar store solar lights, especially the decorative ones like the flamingos and the pineapples, the plastic itself is not UV stable. It's a solar light. That means it's designed to be in the sun, and it's not UV stable. Every one of my the translucent, the black ones, they're fine. The ones that look like normal solar lights, they're silver or black or gold colored, whatever. But the decorative ones that are translucent, so the light shines through them, those are not UV stable. And so they become brittle. So every one of them that I have out there, if you were to just take your hand and go whack, it would crack. So the light will work for years, but the plastic lasts about 1 year. So when you're buying a dollar light, it doesn't matter. It was over extruding on the one, I know that. Yeah, the front one had a little issue there, but it looks like it's staying put. Sure they do, but if it lasts 10 years, I don't care. And also, remember, most of these lights, like these solar security lights, they don't run full power. They usually run at about 20% of their rated power, which means those LEDs are going to last decades. I mean, if those LEDs don't last longer than you do, I'll be impressed. Because that's like the optimal situation for LEDs. You're undervolting them 20%. So 80% less than their rated power. They only go to full power when the motion is detected. Then they temporarily go to full power. And then once you walk away, they dim down again to dim power. That's in order to make sure the battery can actually last all night. Because people underestimate how much battery... People underestimate just how much battery power it takes to run those kinds of things. All right, where did I put the boat pictures? Yeah, a capacitor will probably die before anything else does. But again, because they're undervolting everything, because everything's running at low power, even those crap electronics should, in theory, last longer. But, I mean, you can't predict that. You just have to assume that's going to last. There's no way for me to test that. There's no way for me to measure it. It is what it is. I know I posted it to Twitter. There it is. Here we go. There it is. Oh, aren't they amazing? I want a freeze dryer so bad, I just don't have the $4,000 for it. It's $4,000. It's a nice, simple little boat. The transom's in decent condition. All I'm going to do is right here and over here, I'm going to stick, see you later, Mark. Yeah, but you don't want the small, because one of the things you're going to want to do is to be able to sell stuff, you know, even just to neighbors, to try to offset the cost of the machine. So you really want the big one. And by the time you add shipping and tax and the extra things you're going to want to get for it, you know, you're going to need oil for the vacuum pump. You're going to need the oil cleaning system. You're going to need some trays. By the time you add everything up, you're spending, you know, $3,200 to $4,000. But not bad for $150, huh? The only thing that sucks, windshield's cracked. So I'm gonna have to design and print my own supports to make my own windshield, because this is too short anyway. My head would be way up here. But well, I do want to get a cover for it at least to protect it a bit, and then eventually, of course, I'm going to paint it. I already bought it. This is mine. See, I towed it home with my leaf. I towed it home behind my leaf. But yeah, not freaking bad for $150. I'm happy. I'm gonna hold you to that in a couple of years, Lightspeed. I'll hold you to that. If you have stringing and you're using everything else the same, you might have a small gap in your PTFE tube. So your nozzle to PTFE gap, that's going to cause drag on the filament, which is going to increase your pressure behind the nozzle, which is going to increase your stringing. Well, yeah, well, I'll be posting the message from the lake saying, "Where's my $100?" Oh, can anybody tell me what that reminds them of? I want my $100. What's that remind you of? 2 or 3 years. That's how long it's going to take me to save up enough money to be able to, because the stuff I can get for free from Vince, but Vince isn't going to give me a $600 electric outboard motor and 2 $1,400 300 amp hour lithium ion batteries. That's not going to happen. So I have to either make enough money, you know, making videos for Life of Nerys for this to get a battery sponsor, or I just got to wait until I have enough. I want to say 3/8 inch thick, roughly. It's pretty thick. Well, theoretically it floats, but it has no drivetrain. There's no motor. It doesn't even have a steering wheel. Look, there's no steering wheel. Well, maybe in a couple of years, when the project looks like it's actually going to go somewhere, like after I've bought the outboard motor, and I know, okay, now we can do something, maybe I'll start a GoFundMe or something like that, and everybody who donates gets a sticker on the side of the boat with their name on it. That's interesting. You may not have gone back together correctly. And well, too wide for paddles. Does it smell like feet? After I rub my feet inside of it for a little while, it will. But better add bell. Yeah, there's a couple. There's Cochiti Lake up by Santa Fe. There's a lake out by Santa Rosa, and there's a lake about 150 miles south of me. Yeah, I'm actually going to see if I can. I have some spare tires for my minivan, so I want to see if those rims will fit on the boat. Put some nice rims on the boat. I doubt they'll fit. It's probably a different bolt pattern, but it'd be nice if it did. Have some nice rims for my boat. That'd be awesome. But hoping I can get a battery sponsor at some point to pay for the batteries. And then, you know, I can come up with the $600 to buy the motor. And then Vince is going to give me everything else, hopefully. I've already got a bunch of stuff for it. I've already got cleats. I've already got the rear light. I've already got the radio and the speakers. I've already got the trailer lights. I've already got the trailer winch. What else? Oh, does this have fenders on it already? Yes, it already has fenders. So I don't have to worry about that. Dude, that's how we're getting propulsion. I'm going to fart into a compression chamber, light that shit, and use a, what do you call it? A pulse jet. I'm gonna make a fart-powered pulse jet to drive the boat. Turbo boost! Oh my god! And you watch all the dead fish come up behind the boat as it skitters across the water. Oh my god! Oh, it's gas, that's for sure. Oh my god, it's making me tear up. It's so funny. How's the print doing? Oh, looking good. It stayed down. Yes, the boat is fiberglass. So, what I'm thinking is using TPU to print frames for the window, for the glass, and making a square nose windshield. You know, boats have the square nose, and you can't see what the hell I'm doing, but it's okay. Let me see if I can find show you what I mean. Exactly. Well, that's a few more scam posts I have to report. See, we get these scam posts all the time here, so yeah. There isn't a cold day in hell this tractor would ever sell for $1,400, $1,200. So how do you know it's a scam? Well, there's two things that tell you it's a scam. One, it's a single picture that's a collage. And two, they want you to contact them by email. If you can make it here, I'll take you out on a boat. So, of course, this is a scam. And I make it a point of mine to report them. And then here's another one. This one doesn't say contact by email, but it's a collage. And there's no way in hell it's $1,400. I'm going to leave it alone, though. I'm pretty sure that's a scam now, too. Oh, I hope so, because I really miss being out on a boat. I really enjoy being on a boat, so I hope I manage to do something with it. Now, see, this I would love to have. God, what I would give to have this. But the cost is double this, because you got to move it. But look at all this space. Look at all that space. Can't allow that, well, for God. That's not PG enough. This is legit, but the cost to move it would probably be $4,000 or $5,000, and then the permits and the setup. But oh my God, it would be so nice to have that as a workshop. Big open space with no walls in the middle. That would be nice, but yeah, that's dreaming. I'm trying to find a boat to show you what I'm talking about. I guess I could just search for boat. But the problem is, a lot of times it doesn't have it listed as a boat. Here we go, like this. See how it's flat sections of glass? I'll allow that. It's still not PG, but at least you change the spelling. Basically make TPU frames, and then all I would have to do is buy plate glass, you know, obviously tempered, but I'd just buy flat pieces of glass and fit it into the frames. So doing a window like this would probably be nice. This is a nice boat. It's a really nice boat. This is closer to what I got. That's actually very similar, but newer. This is a little bit newer. That's actually a nice little boat. But that's the kind of windshield I have right there. This is very similar to what I have. Yeah, that's pretty similar to what I have as far as size and design. So what is this? 1972, that sounds about right, because it seems like a 70s boat. Metal Army Boat Surplus. I have no idea what that is. Yeah, that's pretty similar. That's a little bit bigger, but that's similar in style. What's that say? Evinrude. That's the boat. That's the motor. But that's similar in style to what I have. But here we go. Here's a good one. That kind of window. See how it's 4 flat plates? So the flat, 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 and flat. So just get this aluminum channel for the top, and then I can 3D print the bottom part. You know, all this section here. I can 3D print all that, and then all I have to do is buy the appropriate size pieces of glass. You know, have the glass cut, and that's the kind of window I'll add. Except mine will be taller. Because I'm taller, so I want it, you know, high enough that it'll block the wind from hitting me. And they'll have to be custom, but that right there is exactly what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do exactly that, because I will never find a replacement window for that. Never. Maybe if I was back in New Jersey, I might find a window for it, but out here, nah, never gonna happen. So there you go. That's what I've been hunting for, just a dirt cheap, you know, that doesn't cost much boat. I figured it'll take me a couple of years to do something with it. But that's the nice thing about living in the desert. As long as I put a cover on it, it'll never rot, it'll never go bad. It can just sit there until I'm ready for it. Give me a minute. I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Looks like the cats were in the box. Even the little box. I'm impressed with this little printer. I'm liking it. I'm liking it a lot. I got to work on some settings. So adjusting extrusion and wipe will help with the zitting, because there is a little bit of zitting, but it's not bad. If you could find me a model of her feet, then yeah. That's a cute little shark. It's 12 volts, so just run it off a 12-volt power supply. You've got to have plenty of 12-volt power supplies. There is a hole for the arches. I think we've already passed the halfway point. Did it close up the arches yet? Yeah, it's already starting to close the arches. So it's already printed the pins. But this would be a great little printer for printing little strong parts. You need a bracket or something like that. It'd be great for it because you don't need to be bigger than 80 cubed. And with the 0.6 millimeter nozzle, it's going to handle it no problem. And with the tiny size, 300 by 200 by 300 area is all you need to fit this printer. So not bad at all. The feet model. There needs to be a hole in the center of the arches. Why? Oh. Remember, keep it clean. Keep it at least PG. PG-13. You know what I mean. We wanna stay below the R rating. Yeah. Oh, perfect. It should be able to handle pencil toppers. And with Tinkercad, you could turn pretty much anything into a pencil topper. Once you figure out what the right size hole is, you just put that hole in the bottom, whatever model you're printing. So if you want to make a Marvin a pencil topper, that's easy. If you want to make this shark a pencil topper, that's easy. It should. We're going to find out once we get it out. What's that screen tell us? 32 minutes in, so 20 more minutes it'll be done. Yeah, this definitely needs a light on the inside. I'm going to do that. I'm going to add a light. I want to try to make it a little quieter. Put some better fans in it. Like I can put a Noctua fan on the bottom. I don't think that fan's noisy enough to worry about. I don't think I have to worry about that. Um, I mean, there's a lot to like. It's pretty damn nice. I would love it if they integrated the power supply so I didn't need this external brick, which does not get that warm, by the way. It gets warm but not hot, so that's good. I would love it if they integrated this brick so I didn't have to have a external brick. You know, just plug the shaver cord right into it. That would have been nice. And not enough room inside the chamber. Just make it taller. Have a base plate and make the whole thing a little taller so you can fit more into the bottom. Putting some more in the cooler. Relaxy hamster! Oh, somebody sent me a PayPal. Fred Zeeble, 17 bucks. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. He sent me that via PayPal. But yeah, you're going to see more of this printer. Cause no PayPal in live stream. What do you mean? Yeah, this is the Voodoo mystery flavor. It's actually pretty good. Not diet though, so gotta be careful. Now the Brisk Zero tea, bullseye, out of the park. Absolutely delicious. I don't know what it tastes like. It tastes like whatever my taste buds are telling me, but I don't know how to put that into words. It's similar to Voltage. A little bit. I don't know. There's a gummy bear Mountain Dew flavor. That would be interesting. Our favorite is Flash. Mountain Dew Flash. That's the yellow cans. It's a pineapple coconut flavor. It's like a pina colada flavor. It's absolutely out of this world. But the best is the Brisk Zero. So it's 0 calorie and it's brisk tea, and they effing nailed it. I mean, it tastes so good. 120. This is 120. But, okay, this is 12 volts. This is 120 to 12 volts. Although, it says 100 to 240. So, this will run off 240 volts. You would just have to change the plug. You know, to be the plug that you use in whatever country you're in. But the power supply itself is 100 240 volt compatible. And now we also got the Baja Blast Zero. Well, they have a soda called Mountain Dew Voltage. They have a Baja Blast Zero, you know, the Baja Blast that you get from Taco Bell, but you can get it in cans now. And they have, that's actually not bad. I like it. It tastes good. I'm not a big Mountain Dew fan, but it tastes okay. The Baja Blast Zero, garbage. How the hell did that thing make it out of market testing? It tastes so crappy. I couldn't even finish a can. I tried to. I didn't want to waste it, so I tried to force myself to finish it. I couldn't do it. I got about halfway through that can and said, screw this, and dumped it. It's that bad. Not burning. It just tastes like, just horrible. Absolutely horrible. You know, if you don't like seltzer water, you know, when you try seltzer water, like, ooh, nasty. It's like that kind of nasty. It does not taste like seltzer water. It tastes like soda. It tastes sweet. But it's nasty. It's a horrible flavor. I don't know how that passed market testing. I don't know how. It's so bad. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you guys. I got photo jobs this past weekend. You know, where I go out and take pictures of property, and they pay me $125 per property. 5 of them. I was super excited because, you know, that's, you know, what's that? I was like 4 of them. 5 properties, but one was a double. So 4 paying jobs. All right, that's $500. I was like, hell yes. I spent $400 doing them. So I only made $125. The $25 gas cost. So I only made $125 doing those jobs. Yeah. Because I got stuck twice. The first day we went out, on the way to the first property, the first one, right off of a paved road, right off Northern Boulevard in Rio Rancho, I got stuck in a mud hole. We got some rains, a little bit of flash flooding there. Some truck had rutted up that spot where it was low. And, you know, I didn't listen to my instincts. You know, my instincts said, probably shouldn't go there. But I was like, how bad can it be? This is a maintained road, right? Yeah, I got stuck. Hang on, I got video. So you see, that's a paved road right there. Okay? So this is a maintained road. So out here, most of the roads out here are dirt. There's very few. See how the ground was a little broken up there? Running water did that. Okay? And so the city has to come out and, you know, regrade the road again. Because we've had an unusual amount of rainfall. I'm slowing down because I'm taking a picture of the house behind me. They wanted pictures of nearby houses. You see, okay. You see that house right there? The property I'm going to take a picture of is right across the street from it. Right there. I'm less than half a mile from it. Okay? And now, about this point, I go, this looks a little sketchy. Let me give it more speed. Now, at this point, I should have realized before this point that this is bad. See, if I would have gone over here, if I would have gone to the left, I probably would have went right through it, no problem. But I wasn't thinking clearly. Drive on the right side of the road. I stayed on the right. And as you can see, this rut, these 2 ruts here, go right up against this embankment. And so the truck that went through here before, he tore it all up right here. So it was very deep. And no drone shots. And of course, it pushes me right to the right, and I am stuck like Chuck. I almost get clear. Exactly. It was at this moment he knew he'd fucked up. And I was like, fuck. This is not an SUV. It does not have four-wheel drive. I almost get free. You know, I get it moving back and forth, but the embankment on both ends is just too high, and I don't get enough momentum while scraping along this side to get myself out. And you see I'm working it back and forth, but eventually you know, I eventually get it going backwards, but not enough to get out going backwards. And then eventually I get shoved into this side here, and it just sticks me good. So, this is why I have AAA. Okay? I called AAA. I explained to him, I was like, I'm stuck in a mud hole. I was like, I'm not off-road. You know, I'm not out in the boonies. You know, Northern Boulevard's 300 feet behind me. This is a maintained city road. It's just most of the roads here are dirt. Rain came through, made a mud hole. I was an idiot. I drove into it. They said, no problem. We'll send someone out to get you. They said about an hour. The guy actually only took about 45 minutes to get there. The guy pulls up behind me, stops about 50 feet back. Now, keep in mind, I end up... So, hang on. I'll show you where I end up. You can see I made it that far back. But I just can't make it out. Because it keeps... Oh, you can't see what I'm showing you. So, I make it that far. But I just can't get up enough momentum. And then, bump, it pushes me to the right, and I am stuck solid. Now, at this point, I stop trying. Once you realize you're not... As long as you're moving forward and backward, as long as you're moving, you know, 6, 12 inches forward and backward, keep gently trying to get out. But the moment you have no lateral progression, the moment you stop making movement forward and back, stop trying. All you're doing is using your wheels as a shovel and digging deeper. All right? So the moment this happened, I stopped. Because I didn't want to make it harder for them to get me out. Okay? Now you can see, there's dry land right there to the left of my front tire. When the guy came and pulled me out, he walked right up to my door. He just laid down a floor mat from the car so he wouldn't have to sink in the mud a little bit. And it was solid enough to hold him. He didn't even get dirty. He hooked the strap up to the car, pulled me right out. I was out in less than 5 minutes. So that's 5.5 hours later. So 45 minutes after this moment in time right here, it's not 2200, it's actually about 4 o'clock. I didn't realize the clock was off on the dash cam. So about 45 minutes later, the AAA guy shows up, and this guy is a scumbag and decides he's going to try to grab me by the short and curlies and squeeze. He calls me up from the truck and says, AAA doesn't pay enough. Give me $250 or I leave. I'm not kidding. The AAA truck driver says, AAA doesn't pay enough. Give me $250 or I'm leaving. And that's exactly what he did, because I don't negotiate with terrorists. I just don't. I don't negotiate with terrorists. And you're extorting me. You're trying to extort me right there on the side of the road. Fuck you. He actually peeled out, taking off backwards. I think I know why he stopped 50 feet back. Because he wanted to show the whole mud hole. And he didn't want to show the front of the mud hole. He just wanted to make it look like I was deep in the mud. Even though I was barely stuck. That this two-wheel drive car almost got out. Okay, that's how close it was. It was that close. And as you can see from the front, I mean, the truck who came and got me, he was able to drive right up to here. Less than 10 feet from me. He backed his truck right up to here. Less than 10 feet from my car. And Oh, he censored it out. That's fine. So he wanted to show this deep mud hole that I was stuck in because it was long. And ignoring the fact that he could go over to 22nd Street, the next street over, and come at me from the front and not even get dirty. Okay? So they have a clause in AAA that if you're on dirt and it looks unsafe to the driver, it's driver discretion as to whether they'll take the call. So he's going to abuse that to try to claim credit for the tow, even though he didn't do anything. And he tried to extort me for $250. So I called back AAA. They were shocked and stunned that their driver would try to do that. I have a feeling it was Earl. Because when I left the 1-star review on Yelp, I noticed that there was somebody else who had a similar situation. A guy came out to jumpstart his car. Not to jumpstart it, unlock. He couldn't unlock the car because the battery was dead. And it was electronic only for the unlock. There was no manual unlock for whatever reason on the car. So he had to have power in order to unlock the car. So the guy came out, jimmied the door open so that they could pop the hood, connect the jump box to the car so that he could then use the key to open the trunk, because that's where the keys were. Apparently the keys were in the trunk. The guy immediately disconnects his jump box and starts packing up. He's like, well, wait a minute, I want to start the car. He's like, you have to call AAA and initiate another claim if you want me to leave the jump box on there and start the car. No joke. He said AAA doesn't pay enough. You gotta file a second claim, because then he gets paid twice. He gets paid for coming out for a second call. So I have a feeling it was the same fucking guy. Either that or that's standard operating procedure for that company, J&E Towing in Albuquerque. So I call AAA back. They're stunned. They say they're going to report the guy for doing that he should not be doing that. And that, so they say, give us an hour, have somebody else come out. Hour goes by, I call back, still nobody. Hour goes by, I call back, nobody. 3.5 hours later, I give up on AAA. It's now dark out. Okay? I'm contemplating having my neighbor drive the 80 miles out to me to pick up Michelle to take her home to the house, and then I'll sleep in the truck because I don't want not a truck, car. I call it truck, it's a car. But I'll sleep in the car so nobody breaks into the car and steals anything. Or the whole car. But then I say, well, let me call some other places. So I start calling local towing companies. The first 3, their numbers are bad. The 4th one is Tow Daddy. He says, does $150 sound fair? I could be out there in 15 minutes. And I was like, that sounds perfectly fair. He was there in like 14 minutes, and in less than 5, he pulled me out. We didn't even get muddy. Didn't even get dirty. And so he follows me out, and this guy's actually pretty cool. This is where there's a pro who actually gives a shit. He said, 22 has some water, but it was good. I was like, okay, I'll try 21st because I don't want to take a chance in driving through any more water. And so I go down to 21st Street and head up to Northern Boulevard, and he's coming up 21st Street to make sure I made it. That's that little extra. That's that little extra that a professional does. And so I got out, and then I find out at 40 miles an hour, my car shakes like my teeth are going to fall out. Mud got caked up, and this mud was like concrete. Like even the pressure washer at the car wash didn't take it off. I had to actually poke it with the pressure washer to get it to break free. That's how solidified this stuff was. But got it cleaned up. 2 days later, Sunday. So at this point, I've spent $20 in gasoline, and I've spent $20 in food to feed Michelle and I, because Michelle came with me, and I spent $150 on a tow, and $6 at the car wash to clean the mud off. Sunday comes around, I spent another $4 at the car wash because I didn't get all the mud off because it's still shaking. Now I can get to about 50 miles an hour before it shakes. And I finally get all the mud off. Split gate? What's that? Now, let me find this next one. Oh, yeah, here it is. So, I spend more money on gas, another $4 on the goddamn car wash. Another $20 on food for us. I get to the next property. This property, super sketch. There's one road into the property that GPS takes me on, and it's solid. The road is solid, so I take it slow. I'm watching for water, because I'm not going to go through any more water again. And this road has brakes. It's not maintained. It's off camber. It's got rocks. It narrows. There's peaks where you could high center on the bottom. And I was like, oh, man, this fucking road is sketchy. We get to the turn. I begin to make the turn, and I slam on the brakes. Like, no. This is not a turn. This is sand. I almost can't back out. I got, you know how the arroyos come through? And, yeah, you could. That mud turned to concrete. So I back out, and I realize this is a flood drift, you know, where the water creates a channel in the ground. It's all sand. So I keep going straight. My turn's actually about 40 feet ahead. I come, I make my turn, I stop, I'm at my property. I take my pictures of the property. Now, at this point, after what happened on Friday, we spent my dad's birthday sitting in the car for 5.5 hours in a mud hole. At this point, I should have said, enough is enough, and I should have turned the fuck around and gone out the exact same way I came in. But she said she wanted pictures of the neighbors because these properties were pretty empty, so she wanted neighbors of the area. So I said, okay, let me see if there's a different way to drive out of here. There's 2 other roads that go out of this area. And so I take McLeish to Sanista to Hartle. And, you know, when Hartle turned out to be a 2-track, and I was scraping as I was going over peaks, I should have said, yeah, maybe I should turn around. But I knew McLeish, I thought McLeish was safe because that's the road I came in on. And the GPS said I was, 100 feet, 150 feet. I was 150 feet from McLeish. I was like, I'll just keep going to McLeish. Yeah, well, here's where this ended up. So here I am on Hartle. Doesn't seem so bad, right? So here I am driving on Hartle. This is my point of no return. I did not realize it at the time that this is the point of no return. Because right about here, right about there, can you tell? Can you tell looking at this? I can't. Okay, I've done 4-wheeling in my lifetime. I'm a reasonably experienced off-roader. Okay, I'm okay at recognizing traps. But the water was just dumb. I was tired. I wasn't thinking straight. I'd gotten complacent with how dry it is out here. There's usually the little bit of water there is no problem to go through because it's hard packed underneath. I didn't realize the soil out in Rio Rancho is very, very different from the soil here. Here, it's just very rock. There, it's very clay and sandy. I should have known. Okay, I wasn't going off-roading, so I didn't do a pre-roll checklist. Part of the pre-roll checklist is we talk to people who've done that area before. What's the conditions? What kind of traps are we looking for? So I'm looking for water traps. I'm not looking for sand traps. So right about here, it stops being dirt and it becomes sand. And I didn't know it. And I make it all the way down to there because it's downhill. It's just downhill enough that you don't realize it's sand unless you start turning the wheel. So I now am leaving safe hardpack, and I am now driving in sand and don't realize it. This is all sand right here. Now, at about, hang on, you'll see me stop. Hang on, you're going to see me stop in a second. See, I'm going downhill right now. You don't know it, but I'm going downhill, so I don't realize I'm in sand. Right there. I intentionally stopped the car because it was at that point I realized, I even said out loud, if you could hear the audio, you'd hear me go, oh shit, this is bad. Because at that point, I can now tell it's sand. It's too late. I've been in sand for 100 feet. I try to back up. I go nowhere. I'm like, no, not again. I was like, I've already spent over $200 on this trip, and I'm only making $525. I realize, okay, I have no choice now. I have to keep going forward because I can't go backwards anymore. So I keep going forward. I eventually get it going. But as soon as I hit the crossroads of McLeish and Hartle, that's it. I realize it, and what I should have done was turn left right here. I might have been able to get up on that, although I still would have been stuck. But I try to go right. You see me trying to go right there? So right here, I'm trying to go right because that's hard pack up here. Up here is hard pack. It's a proper road. This is one big sand pit. And because I tried to go right, it's too late to try to goose it to increase my speed, although I don't think that would have helped without four-wheel drive. I think no matter what, that's it. I'm stuck. I'm stuck solid, and I'm not getting out of this. Thankfully, I left early that day, just in case something happened. I call the guy back, and I tell him, I was like, I'm stuck again in sand. And this time, I'm a little out there. I'm not 300 feet off a main road. I was like, can you cut me a break? He's like, Paul, you're a returning customer, so I'll come out for $100, which is very fair. He had to pull me all the way back up that 150 foot I just drove before we got to hard enough pack for me to turn around and drive out. Stupidity. I should have just turned around and gone back the way I came. I should never have even attempted it. Just, man, what are you gonna do? I think I'm gonna run out of filament. Like, I don't think this is enough filament to finish this print. So we're gonna use purple. I don't even think this is gonna hold a regular roll. No, it's not. So, yeah. $400 I spent doing a $525 job. So the first thing I did was leave a 5-star review for Toe Daddy. And the second thing I did was leave a 1-star review with pictures so he can't dispute it, all time-stamped, because I know he'll try to dispute it because he's a fucking cocksucker. Sorry. Shouldn't be doing that. I made $125. I spent $400. I spent $400 doing the job. I was expecting to spend about $60, food and gas and mileage. And I ended up spending about $400. So, yeah. What are you going to do? But at least I didn't go negative. I got to say that. At least I didn't go negative. At least I made something. But so now I know better, and I'll be much more careful. I also yeah, I renegotiated my pay rate with the photography company because they keep sending me to off-road locations that aren't really accessible by car. I was like, we need to negotiate this. I was like, the reason this is equitable for me at $125 is because I can use my Kia Soul, which gets 30 to 40 miles per gallon and has a very low maintenance upkeep cost because it's a new car. It's a 2017 with 70,000 miles. So the car is not going to require much maintenance, and it gets very good gas mileage. It's a car, okay? It's also comfortable. It's got plenty of space. I was like, we need to talk about, these off-road trips you're sending me on. I enjoy doing this. I love doing this. It's fun. It gives me the time to go do something else, and I get to put a little side cash, a little side hustle cash in my pocket. I was like, I love doing it. I was like, but I just spent $400 doing this job. I was like, so we need to negotiate this a little bit. I was like, how do you want to do this? I was like, do you want to pay okay, any destination that I determine is not car accessible, an extra $50. This way, over time, that extra $50 will pay for the once in a while tow that I need. And she's like, well, how about we just pay more per trip? So $150 per property. And I was like, that works. I can do that. $150 per property. That'll cover excess gas if I have to use the pickup truck, which is 4-wheel drive. And that'll cover the once in a while situation of me getting stuck and having to call a tow. Because I'm negotiating with the tow guy. He was pretty cool. I got him some tow straps from Vince for helping me out. And then I also got him another set of what I call stupid straps. They're 9.5-inch wide straps for towing semi-trucks. So that you could pull 150,000 pounds with them. He's like, yeah, I'd like to see that. 500 by 700? Hell yes, dude. No, I've never made a custom printer. I'd like to, but I never have. But, so that means as long as my ratio of getting stuck is less than 1 in 6, then the extra they're paying me covers it. And, now I'm trading stuff for tows with the tow guy. So I was like, how about 2 to 1? I get you $300 worth of stuff, you give me a tow. And he said yes. So I'm hoping to get him about $600 worth of stuff so I can keep 2 free tows in my pocket. And then I'll give him $20 for gas on the day it happens, if it happens. But yeah, that was a very annoying experience. What are you going to do? Shit happens. You deal with it, you move on. That's all you can do. At least I made $125. This Saturday, I'm going back into town to give him the toe straps and also to pick up the titles. At least one of the titles came in. I don't know which one, but one of them came in. So I'll go pick that up. I probably have the skills. What I don't have is the money. Oh, it finished. With just enough left. So, let's just pull that out of there. Nice, clean pull. Are you in Albuquerque? I'm pretty sure you're not in Albuquerque. Yeah, you just grab the part and it slides right out. Well, it's not cheap. To custom build a printer, it's going to cost you more than buying a printer. You're going to spend $150, $200 in parts. Hey, that came out nice. Not bad. I think I'm under extruding a tiny bit. So 0.94 is too low. I'm going to go back to 0.96. I was at 0.98, and that was over extrusion, so I'm going to go to 0.96. And, well, remember, if I'm going to build a printer, it's going to be at least 600 cubed. Gaming? No, I don't game. Hey, I don't have to do a thing. And it's flexy. The parts are clean. Look at that. I'm thrilled by that. That is awesome. Now I have a little hamster for my little hamster printer. Oh, that is so cute. I love it. Oh, man. That is absolutely adorable. Because, you know, I'm going to have a hamster in a hamster printer in a hamster car. Remember the old Kia Soul commercials with the hamsters driving? Simplify 3D. That was using Simplify 3D. That is so adorable. I love it. I love flexi prints. Flexi prints are great. But yeah, so we got the... What do we have here? Let's see. We have the flexi hamster. Let me turn this light off. There we go. And change the focus. There we go. We are now in focus. So we got the flexi hamster. We got the shark. We got the Marvin. We got the vase, which looks... Matter of fact, let me print another vase real quick. While we're talking, I'll print another vase. We know that's going to work. I just got to increase the temperature. You can easily make money 3D printing. It just depends on what you're 3D printing and what your profit margin is. But you can definitely make money 3D printing. You just had... The trick is to find a niche. If you can find that niche that you can fill at an equitable price, especially if you have enough printers to be able to farm it or the ability to automate it in some way. I love the little OLED screen on here. It's tiny, but it's perfect. It's black and white, it's clear, it's easy to read, it's responsive, and it has just enough. I would like to see some improvements. I would like to see the ability to control the fan while printing. You know, when you're printing, you can press the button and change settings. This one, you can only change print speed and temperature. Sure. No, this is my printer. There's a link in the description. You can get one. I like this. This thing is awesome. Hang on, let me get the thing going. There it is. So we're going to change the temperature to 210. There we go. But any printer is an upside down printer. I'll show you. Once this gets started, I don't know how tight the tolerances are on this, but after it's printed a layer, I'll flip it over. Any printer is an upside down printer. But I did see that video of the guy who did the portable printer that prints up. He has a clear bed that you can see through for printing. That thing's freaking cool. I like that. hang on. It really is a pretty slick little printer. I'm very happy with it. That's a little fast. That might be part of why I had trouble. All right. There you go. Upside down 3D printing. The 3D printer doesn't care. I don't want to have to hold it. But as you can see, it doesn't care. Now, did that shift on me? I don't think so. Nope, it's working fine. It did shift a little bit. With these cheaper, looser printers, you got to be careful. But like with an Ender 3, you can put that upside down all you want. Not really. The stiction on that bed is well over 1G. So unless you have a part that's barely attached to the bed, nah, it'll be fine. Now, I think that did shift a little bit when I flipped it over. Because I don't know how loose this one is, because you can see the skinny little rods holding it. So that one might have enough play. Like, I think this head actually moves. Like, when I touched it, it moved. So that head may have shifted when I flipped it over upside down. No problem. I keep my victims happy. Yeah, you can see that one layer sloppy. That might be where that screw's from. Maybe that screw is supposed to hold that head in place. So I gotta take it apart and find out where that screw went. But I'm thinking, you know, I don't know. Just make it taller and put the battery underneath. You don't need a handle because you effectively have this as a handle. So we renegotiated $150 per property. And this way, if I have to take the pickup truck, you know, it'll cover the increased cost in fuel and maintenance. Or if I get stuck and need a tow, as long as my stick ratio is less than 1:6, then I'll be okay. Well, both. This is brick powered, but I want to make it battery powered because it's only 12 volts. So I could take a battery like this, and this will run this printer for 2 hours. So this 8 amp hour battery should run this printer for about 2 hours. Why? Just because I've got all the batteries, so why not? That's the question. Why not? Actually, if I use 2 of these batteries, because I have enough of them, that's a 12 amp hour. But here's another 8 amp hour. So there's 2 8 amp hour batteries. Actually, that's a 6 amp hour. So I have another one. Am I gay? No. Gay as in joyful, gleeful, and happy? Yes. Gay as in homosexual? No. But 2 batteries would actually fit underneath there pretty well. You know, it's going to take the same height as 1. So that would give me 4 hours of autonomy. Not bad. If you want to add a heating bed to your Mega Zero, I'm going to show you how to add a heat bed to your Mega Zero for 20 bucks. Hang on. I will show you how to add a heat bed to your Mega Zero. And you can also do this to your Michelangelo. The guy who has the Michelangelo, you can do the same thing to your Michelangelo. Let's see, Idealists, 3D printing parts, tools, and accessories. Wow, incredible. Use my link, right? Use my link, right? Yeah. I'm curious to see how much I get as a commission on this. Oh, I added that to the wrong category. Thank you very much. Let's see, that's 3D printer. I need 3D printers. There it is. There, I added it to the right category. I had it in the wrong category. Okay, where is the cat's heater? I know it's in here somewhere. Come on, where's the cat's heater? Hang on. It's not here. What? I had it in here. What the hell? When would I have removed it? I never would have removed it. There it is. Okay, that one's out of stock, so I got to find another one. Here we go. Oh, hey, I'm actually gonna buy another one. I'm gonna buy another one because that's a really cheap price. Today only, for the next 5 minutes, you're not gonna believe this deal. $12.53. You just buy that, and you literally stick it under the bottom of the bed. Just make sure the wire goes straight out the back, and because you don't want that wire getting snagged up in the motion system. But that will give you a heated bed on the Mega Zero and on the Michelangelo. On the Michelangelo, if you slow down the print, that'll even get to 70 degrees Celsius. If you're printing at normal speed, the air moving over the bed keeps it right around 55 to 65 degrees. And on the Mega Zero, it's about 50 to 60 degrees, which is more than enough because the Mega Zero has that nice sticky print surface. It's just enough heat to make that first layer a little bit easier. And it works fantastic. You just plug it into an AC outlet. After your first, 10 layers are done or 5 layers are done, just unplug it. You can also, for example, put it on a smart outlet with a timer. You can get a timer outlet, tell it to turn off after 10 minutes or whatever. If you want to get super fancy, you could probably connect a relay to it and using an SSR and power it off the AC from the printer and plug it into the pins on the board so you can actually turn it on and off. You won't be able to control temperature, but you'll be able to turn it on or off. That's all you need, just turn it on for heat, turn it off for no heat. And, but yeah, that's hard to beat. Matter of fact, I'm going to get one. just because they're really nice to have. And they're normally about $20 to $23. So $12 is like, shit, take my money. Yeah, that was real dumb. But whatever. I'm tired of whatever. But yeah, that's it. You put one of those. If you go to my Amazon page, I guess I should give you a link, huh? Come on. Only if your printer has a metal bed. Suggestion for a new printer: buy an Ender 5. You can get them from Comgrow, refurbed. They currently have one. I think I have an affiliate link for Comground down below. I think I do. Let's see. Refurbished printers, Ender 5 series. You can get a refurbished Ender 5 for $279. None currently available in the US. Actually, $199, but not in the US. If you're in Europe or the United Kingdom, you can get the Ender 5 for $200 as a refurb. Otherwise, about $350 on Amazon. But it is my #1 recommended printer that's currently available. And here is the link for that little heater. It's just a little AC heater. It's designed to put on your, like, the oil tank of your motorcycle or something like that when it gets cold in the wintertime. But it's only I think it's only 25 watts, so you're not going to overheat anything. But obviously, you're not going to want to attach this to a plastic build plate. That probably wouldn't work well, and I'm pretty sure the build plate on the X1 is plastic, so it probably won't work. You could try connecting a Variac to this, but the Variac's going to cost you like $50 on eBay. You could try lowering it down to like 5 or 10 watts just to give you a little bit of heat. But what you really need to do is to remove the build plate from the X1 and get a piece of aluminum and replace it with an aluminum plate. You know, drill the appropriate holes and countersinking and put an aluminum plate on there. Then you could put a heat bed on it. But the Michelangelo and the X1 both already have aluminum build plates. You just need the heat. Yeah, comgrow.com. Do I have an affiliate link for Comgrow? I don't know if I do. Let me check. Looks like I don't. I thought I did. But comgrow.com. Oh, I forgot that. Shift enter doesn't work when you're in chat. There you go. Hey, it didn't make it a link. But United Kingdom or Europe, you can get a refurbed Ender 5 for $199, or an Ender 5 Pro, which has the silent Capricorn metal feeder unit. It's actually a pretty nice upgrade. The Ender 5 Pro for $279. Not bad. That looks fantastic. I have no complaints about this printer. No major complaints, no functional complaints. It works! And it works well! Yep, I still got the bus parked right out back. Actually, I got to go air up the tire. One of the tires is going flat. Probably gonna have to drive it to a local shop to get the tire fixed. I love the little hamster. Maybe I'll make this my dedicated flexi printer. You know, because there's a whole bunch of flexis that'll fit on that 80 by 80 build plate. Yeah, the 0.6 millimeter nozzle is the game changer. That's what makes the thing so usable. What? I don't understand. What do you mean? Said what before type that? If you meant I replied to a post before you saw it, well, there's two factors there. One, you're not live. So either click the little live logo on the bottom left where it says live. If that's not red, then you're not live. You're slightly behind. So click that and that'll bring you current. Also, you can bring it closer to current by increasing the playback speed to 1.25%. And that will slowly creep you up to that fully current line. Also, there's lag in chat. So a lot of the times I'll see a message before you do. It's usually only a second or two, but if I reply immediately, you might actually see my reply, or hear my reply, before you see the message I'm replying to. Relativistic travel, baby. We're going at the speed of light. Shit! It's 5 o'clock! I missed the post office! Oh! I got so many packages waiting for me there. The only thing you have to change is your, there you go. The only thing you have to change is this. You need to change nozzle diameter and extrusion width. Both of those need to match your nozzle size. That's all you got to change. Now, when you start 0.8, you usually don't have to make any other changes, but 0.8 and up, you might start to need to make heat and speed changes as well. So, for example, when I am printing on the 1.2 millimeter Chiron, I can't print faster than 30 millimeters per second. And I also have to increase the temperature, usually 10 or 15 degrees or more. See you later, Colin. Thank you very much for joining in. So when I print with the fat nozzle, buy a piece of aluminum, trace out and mark the holes in the shape, cut it out with a jigsaw, and drill it with a drill. And then also you'll need a countersink bit probably, so that the screws will sit flush. It depends. I don't remember what the X1 plate looked like, but it should be possible. So you might also need to make temperature and speed changes. So because I'm extruding 6 times the amount of plastic per linear millimeter of motion, I have to, because I'm doing 3 times wider and twice as tall, 2 times 3 is 6. I have to slow down because there isn't enough heat capacity in the hot end to melt the plastic that fast. So I have to slow down. We call it volumetric flow. But even though I'm printing at 30 millimeters per second, I'm still printing 3 times faster than you. Because if your standard speed is 60 millimeters per second, I'm still, even though I'm going 30 millimeters per second, I'm still extruding 3 times the amount of plastic per second. So prints happen really, really fast. I could print a 400 millimeter tall print in 20 hours. It's incredible. We're talking full build volume print too. Almost no infill, of course, but a nearly full build volume print for in like 20 hours because I'm extruding such thick layers and such thick walls. So I only need 2 perimeters. I don't need 3. I only need like 5% infill just to keep the shape together. And I'm printing 1.2 millimeter wide extrusion at 0.4 to 0.6 millimeters tall. So the volumetric flow really kicks it up a notch. I sound like that for a little while. But at 0.6, you don't have to make any speed or heat changes. Oh, and I'm printing at 235 Celsius. Usually 230 to 235, depending on the PLA, depending on the plastic. Just because I need more heat to melt that plastic. There you go. Now you got the mark for it. What's 187,000? Yeah, my layers are these layers are 0.4 tall. This printer right now is printing 0.4 millimeter tall layers because you can. When you're printing 0.6 wide, 0.4 is only 2/3 of your width. When you're printing 1.2 millimeter wide, you could print 0.6 tall without a problem. And then, now once you get to 0.8, you might need to make a slight speed or temperature change depending on what you're printing, depending on the efficiency of your hot end. You'll have to test it. So what I would do is I would stick with 60 millimeters per second and about 220 degrees Celsius. See how it works. If it works okay, then just keep doing that. But with a 0.8 millimeter nozzle, I'd be printing at 60 and I'd be printing at 220. If it appears to be tearing, you can either increase temperature or slow down. If you get poor adhesion, yeah, this is going to break because the actually it stayed together. Does this move? No, it doesn't. Okay. But there you go. That's 0.4 millimeter tall layers. 0.6, you can see how thick it is. 0.6 millimeter thick. It's not about a temp tower. The temp tower isn't the problem. You'll know the problem right away. Either, like, for example, you notice how this was coming apart? Well, that's because I was going too fast. So the plastic wasn't fully melting. I wasn't getting that fusion between the layers. So you can see here, look, I'm pulling it right apart. See? All right? It was too cold. All right? I had it running. I think I screwed up and I had it running at 80 millimeters a second, which is way too fast for this. That little hot end can't heat it up fast enough. So literally, I'm pulling the layers apart. And that's because it was printed too cold. So the layers didn't, the individual layers didn't fuse. That's kind of funny. Take apart a print all the way back down to its constituent filament again. It's like magic. I turned it back into filament. And so all I had to do was slow down, and this one's not breaking. Oh, yeah, I just broke it. You push it hard enough, it's going to break. But this one held up to a lot more push than the other one did. And, But there you go, that's all. Just had to, I increased the temperature to 210 and I slowed down a bit. But I'm happy. These came out great. These prints are wonderful. So you got your little, actually I could probably do it this way. Yeah, there we go. So we have, oh, it's in the way. So we have the little hamster. We got the Marvin, the 150% scale Marvin. We got the shark, the little sharky shark. This would probably be better at 0.2 millimeters. So what you do is you do multiple processes. You print the first 2 or 3 layers at 0.4. This way you don't have to muck around with your bed leveling, which is a little difficult on this. And then you switch to 0.2, and it'll print that. So that reminds me, I want to get the grenade thing printing. I love the UI on this. They did a good job on the UI. Grenade. There we go. So we're going to print the little grenade planter. So I think that's going to come out great. But I'm pleased. I'm thrilled. I was not expecting to do a 5.5 hour stream on what I thought was going to be a junky printer. And I was not expecting these kind of results from this printer. I also wasn't expecting to see a proper extruder feeder unit. I wasn't expecting to see parts cooling. I wasn't expecting to see a flex plate. I wasn't expecting to see full-size stepper motors. They actually did a good job on this. It's not bad. I do need to find out what the deal is with the missing screw. So I need to find where that missing screw goes. But hot damn, they did a good job. I mean, I have almost no complaints. That extruding? Yeah, there it is. The first layer could be a little sloppy, but that's okay. I could live with that. We're gonna, yeah, I shouldn't have pushed. I don't like that. What's that look like? Nope, I don't like that. We're gonna start that over. There we go. Yep, that was a mistake. That was my fault. But I'm impressed. I want to figure out why that's tilted and see if there's anything. Although the bed's level, so maybe it's tilted on purpose because the bed is level. So I might not want to mess with it. That looks better. It's still peeling up. What's the deal with that? It's sticky in the back, but not the front. What did I do wrong? I must have done something in the slicer. It's starting off too high for some reason. Any suggestions on Ender 5 Pro or Ender 5 Plus? Ender 5 Pro is just a really, really big Ender 5. I'm not a super big fan of the ABL, but it works fine. If you want a printer that big, it's fine. But for a daily use printer, I prefer the Ender 5. It's just, smaller, more compact. All right, what did I goof up on here? Well, we know we want to go back to 0.6, so I might as well do that now. 0.4 layer heights. Let's make the first layer height 40%. That'll bring the nozzle closer. We can also make it 105% on the width, which will make it a little fatter. That's possible. I'll lower the first layer speed down to 20%. That's a good call on that. We are now at 210. Just for the hell of it, I'm going to put in 212 and see if it takes it. Cooling at layer 3. And our layers are 222. I'm going to make the bottom layers 3. Oh, no, this is all custom. I can't do that on this one. Oh, this is all custom. Okay, I forgot I did a whole bunch of customizations. Yeah, this one should be okay. I have difficulty doing two things at once. Tools, variable, 1.2, add a layer there. Then we need to add a layer here at 14. Then we need to add a layer at the top of 14, which is there. 8. Add a layer, and that should be enough. Split, yes. So I'll show you guys what I'm doing. So the first layer is going to be a 3 bottom solid layers. We're going to do 4 outlines, just because that tends to let's go down to 90% on this. No, let's go 95. 4 perimeters to give me a good solid base, 3 bottom solids. So I would like it to be watertight if possible. I don't think this shape is going to be watertight though. Top solid layers doesn't matter. We're not going to be doing any. That all looks good. 50 millimeters per second should be okay. 212 should be okay. Okay. Now this section is going to have a single outline corkscrew. Point 2. We're going to over extrude slightly at 1.0. Then this layer, again, over extrude slightly, but we're going to do 0.04 millimeters. And again, 0, 0, 1, vase mode. Good. And this is going to be, again, over extrude slightly. 0.2. 0, 0, 0. That's going to be 1, vase mode. All right, that should give me what I want. Yeah. Okay. That's still a little open there. Wow, even 0.04 is not quite enough to close that up. Wow. I gotta modify this file. Because what they need is a little more up angle. A little more up angle and they'd be fine. But it might work. We're going to give it a shot. Oh, wait a minute. Why is it giving me splits here? That's wrong. Let's try healing it. That'll fix that. There's imperfections in this model. There we go. That's perfect. See, all the little weird little gaps are gone now? Yeah. Good. Looks like I need to lower the model a little bit. Damn it. Joni Scrigo? What do you know about Joni Scrigo? So I actually need to lower this model into the bed a hair more, which is going to mess up all my layers. Oh, it didn't get lowered. I thought I did that already. Is there any way to bring up my layers again? When you do the variable layers, is there any way to bring that screen back up again? I'm not going to allow that because I don't know what that means. Yeah, see, my 0.4 is too high now. So this probably needs to go to 13 now. And this needs to go to 13 and 13. And this needs to go to 13. Hell yeah, I'm going to watch it. I hope it's good. That should be good. Okay. And now we have a nice clean bottom. Okay. Why is it doing that? It shouldn't be doing that. Maybe I need 4 bottom layers? There we go. Now it's solid. I got tired of fighting with which computer was active, so I'm just using the crack for all of them. Because my paid-for license only allows 2 machines to be active, and it checks online every time you run it. So I said, fuck it. They're all getting cracked. Okay, that should work. It might be a little sloppy. I really should be doing this at 0.1. You know something? I have time. I'm going to do this at 0.1. There's no reason not to. Except saving time. And since this is not going to be a stream print, I don't care about time. It takes twice as long. It takes twice as long. You have a good night, DeWitt? 1 hour and 19 minutes. It's not even going to take that long. Much better. Much, much cleaner. We're doing that. Okay, where's my grenade? Successfully exported. I'll let you guys watch the start of it. Seriously? Why would you focus and not clear? There we go. Route 66. Yeah, that's right behind my house. About a mile. I could see Interstate 40, and right next to Interstate 40 is Route 66. MacBook Air? I don't get it. Ooh, don't want to tangle. That's how you get a tangle. Seriously? You're gonna play it this way? Am I too close? I might be too close. Yeah, I'm too close. And I don't think there's anything I can do about it. Actually, I think I did. Nice. It's still a little too close, but it's sticking good, that's for sure. So I need to raise that up a little bit. Let's do first layer at, I'm at 40%. Let's do 60%. My Snapchat. Do I have a Snapchat? I don't know if I have a Snapchat. Where's my plus link? . Here's my plus link. There's my plus link. But I don't think I have a Snapchat. You made your Snapchat link jack off? Oh my god. Yeah, I don't think I have a Snapchat. Yeah, I don't have a Snapchat. I have Twitter, YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram. And I don't go on Instagram very often. 80 millimeters cubed. Yeah, that's way too close, but I adjusted that in the slicer. In fact, I'm going to change that to 70%. No heat bed. And it doesn't need it. For PLA, you don't need a heat bed. Not when you have a good sticky surface like that. I didn't change my first layer, right? Yeah, it's 0.4. Okay. How does it do this? Like, how? Like, how does it put itself in a fucking knot? How the hell does it do that? What belt? The belt on there is fine. There we go. Jeez. Oh, looks good to me. This is supposed to print at 30 millimeters per second. I'm printing at 50. And it seems to be working just fine. This is the Lioness. Link is in the description. 115 bucks. For a damned cute little printer. I wonder what the deal is with that weird, the weird gear in the stepper motor. Look at the stepper motor gear. Isn't that weird? Oh, did it do 212? Nope. It still stopped at 210. I thought maybe if I did it in G code. Nope, it's still capped out at 210. So that's a hard limit to 210 degrees in there. Well, it's doing 0.1 millimeter layers just fine. That looks fantastic. I mean, this is phase mode, of course, but still, that looks fantastic for 0.1 millimeter. Not freaking bad. The real test will be when it switches to 0.04. I'm not. It does have a pretty fine thread on that stepper motor. The lead screw has a pretty fine thread, so it might be able to handle it. She's my cousin in Poconos, up near Tamaqua, Hazleton. You know, you're right. That is purple dildo color. That is almost a spitting image of the typical purple dye they use when they make those. I want to see what happens when it goes to 0.04. Should be able to get closer. Let's check. Autofocus. That looks very clean. The lioness. See you later, AGA. Actually, it's not. It's Lone Nestle. So it's not an LI. I was laughing when I saw that print because I figured they were full of shit. That there's no way that print came from this printer. But actually now I believe it. This printer could absolutely do that. A little tiny nanny cam in here, a little Wi-Fi camera would work really well too. And there's enough space for it. I might even have one I can stick in here. Not freaking bad. What is our time to mix? We're at 6 hours and it's 5:43, so I'm going to call it. So that's it. I will see you guys later. You guys have a great day. Have a great weekend. Thank you so much for those who continue to support me on Patreon, and to Fred Zeibel for the $17 on PayPal. I appreciate that a lot. Stephanie Hunsaker, I think she's in Pittsburgh, and she flies out of Pittsburgh Space Command, I think. Rocketry. I don't know her too much personally, just met her at rocket launches. So, oh, $15.89 after fee, that's fine. That $1.24 is a whole lot cheaper than YouTube would have taken. So, that's it. I will see you guys later. You have a great week. Hopefully next week we're gonna have an update on this printer, because I'm kind of excited about this thing. It's really a fascinating little machine.